tomorrow morning, quite early. Well, good day to you and a very warm welcome from myself, Tim Hutchings, to this 46th edition of the TürkiyeİşBankasıİstanbul Marathon. It is one of the glorious cities on the global scene. Is the Turkey's biggest city. I nearly said the Turkish capital. That, of course, is Ankara, a few hundred kilometers away. But Istanbul, a city of some 16 to 18 million souls, is the second largest city in Europe after Moscow, and of course sits abreast the Bosphorus. The marathon this morning has over 7,000 competitors in it here in this rather glorious city, which is uniquely the only marathon in the world that crosses from one continent to the other. Race starts about 400 meters into Asia on the eastern side of the Bosphorus, and then crosses the bridge of the 15th July Martyrs Bridge, named after soldiers killed while stopping an attempted coup on the 15th July 2016. A small group of soldiers blocked off the bridge. Some of them were killed, but it stopped the coup and the government being taken over. After crossing the bridge, the runners will take a left-hand turn and reach the highest point on the course, 66 meters above sea level, but then quite quickly drop down onto the main road that runs alongside the Bosphorus, where they will stay for the rest of the race, apart from the final kilometre. As you can see, the wheelchair athletes about to get underway here. This is a fast course. The women's course record is 2 hours, 18 minutes, 55 seconds. That was from 2018 by a certain Ruth Chepngetich. And if that name rings a bell as we see the wheelchairs get underway, that is because Ruth Chepngetich just last Sunday set a new world record in Chicago. Her time, quite astonishingly, a couple of weeks ago actually, quite astonishingly, was 2:09:56. Nope, do not adjust your sets, you heard me. A woman ran under 2:10, 2 hours, 10 minutes for a marathon. Well, the weather this morning is generally okay. It's bright, not sunny, but it is windy, quite windy from the northeast. That means the runners will have the wind in their faces for the last, 18 kilometers or so. And there has been some drizzle overnight too. Really unfortunate, because the weather the last couple of days has been rather lovely. Been about 18 or 19 degrees and quite sunny. But as we see this wheelchair field, quite a small wheelchair field, just some 7 athletes going through the first few hundred meters, I can tell you that the conditions here could be worse, but they could be a little bit better. The organisers are desperate to get a new men's course record. It's 2:09:44, and that dates back, a few years now. Course record by Daniel Kipkore-Kibet was set in 2019. He won by 13 seconds. But the women's course record at 2:18 tells you how fast this course is. So when there's good weather and the wind is not compromising things through the last half of the race, the second half of the race, this is a course that certainly should have a men's course record of 2:04 to 2:06 in that sort of territory. And I know that the organisers this year have pulled together an elite men's field amply strong enough to enable a new course record to be set. Well, the race is due off at 9 a.m. local time. I can tell you that we are here in Turkey 3 hours ahead of the UK, 2 hours ahead of Central European time. Turkey, somewhat unusually, does not make an adjustment to their clocks in the winter months. So normally it's 2 hours ahead of London, 1 hour ahead of Central European time. But now, with the adjustments having been made around Europe and for the winter, we are going to be 3 hours ahead here of the UK and 2 hours ahead of Europe. Well, let's have a look at some of the best athletes that are out there today. And as I said, it is a very strong men's field and a strong women's field. Sharon Cemotai Cherop, well, she is 40 years old now. Her best 2:22 set back in 2013. but I can tell you that there are several athletes here with times under 2:10. The women, 8 of them have broken 2:30 rather, and 11 men have broken the 2:10 barrier. There is the 15th July Martyrs Bridge. It's 1,560 meters long. That is with a 1,074 meter span between the two towers, and the actual clearance for ships going underneath, if they need the height, is 64 meters. There is a slight climb here to the apex of the bridge. You can see the wheelchair athletes here leaning into it, battling away. Of course, later on today, in a few hours' time, the New York Marathon will get underway. That promises to be a special one as well. But in Europe, all eyes on this Istanbul Marathon, which starts, as I speak now, in about 11 minutes' time. About 12 minutes' time, in fact, as we see this wheelchair field ease through the first few hundred meters. Well, you can tell from the waters of the Bosphorus, where there's just a little bit of white foam kicking up, that it is quite a windy day. The wind will be coming from the northeast, which means, as I say, that when the athletes make their turn at the far southwestern corner of the course at 26k, just past halfway, they will turn and head into the wind, unfortunately, and have, at times, quite a substantial headwind. That is the fear. Let's hope that I'm wrong and that the wind does ease off. Frustratingly, it's due to ease off this afternoon. The weather's due to clear up and dry up a bit this afternoon. Indeed, it's due to be quite a nice day tomorrow. But there's a name for that law, isn't there? If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. And it's very unfortunate for the organisers. It would seem that the weather is not playing into their hands in their search for a fast time here today. Well, various dignitaries gathered around the start line. The mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, welcoming all the runners gathered from around the world. Of course, this is a unique marathon in that it crosses from one continent to another, and therefore many, many athletes from around the world like to come and race here and tick this one off. Marathon tourists, you could call them, I suppose, in that they like to run the major city marathons. Of course, the World Marathon Majors, the 6 big marathons, 3 in the USA, Chicago, Boston, New York, and then Berlin, Tokyo, and London. And there is talk of another race joining that grouping. Sydney has been mooted as being the next race to become a World Marathon Major race, although when I last commentated on that race about 3 years ago, it left quite a bit to be desired in terms of its course quality.
Welcome you all athletes. This is the best and most beautiful marathon in the world, because this marathon is between 2 continents. So you all welcome to Istanbul. Have a good day. Congratulations.
It is the most beautiful marathon in the world, crossing from one continent to another, that's for sure. And the mayor there welcoming all the athletes. There is a 15k as well today, but the main feature of the day, the feature race, is the marathon, due off in about 8 minutes' time. There you can see the difference between the form of the wheelchair racers. They can relax on this down slope from the apex of the main bridge, having worked hard on the incline over the first half. Well, the world record, of course, in the men's marathon, just to mark your cards, is 2 hours and 35 seconds. That was set by Kelvin Kiptum of Kenya, the late Kelvin Kiptum, in Chicago in October last year, early October last year. Of course, Kiptum very sadly was killed just a few weeks after that world record in a road crash in Kenya. But we are more concerned today with the men's course record and whether or not an attack on that can be successful. It is 2 hours, 9 minutes and 44 seconds. The benchmark for world-class distance running used to be 2 hours, 10 minutes, but with the arrival on the scene of shoe technology that has enabled athletes to run and train harder, so that has to be adjusted. And with the several athletes now knocking on the door of the 2-hour barrier, there is every reason to suggest that really top world-class running begins at about 2 hours, 8 minutes. I think we can lop a couple of minutes off our old thinking. And indeed, the old 2:12 athlete, the old 2:15 athlete is now 2:12 athlete, and so on. And on the women's side, of course, it's made a similar adjustment. I mean, Paula Radcliffe's world records lasted for somewhat 17 years, 2:15, and it is now down to below 2:10 at the women's world record, thanks to Ruth Chepin-Getich. On the 13th of October, just some 3 weeks ago, Chepin-Getich setting that 2:09.56. European record, by the way, is Sifan Hassan's 2 hours 13:44. That was in Chicago in October last year. And I've heard reasons over the last couple of days as to why Chicago now has both men's and women's world records and the European record on the women's side. And it's to do with the fact that the roads through Chicago are largely concrete, which is harder than asphalt. You can see here this is tarmac, this road surface in Istanbul. Tarmac, or asphalt as it's called in the USA. But that has a little bit of give to it. Might not seem like it if you bang your head on it, but it does have a little bit of give to it, a little bit of flexibility, whereas concrete is rock hard. And when the new shoes are applied to concrete, as they are at the Chicago Marathon, then there is a better return of energy from the shoe into the athlete, and the athlete therefore loses less energy. That's the theory anyway. That's what's been explained to me the last couple of days. Well, there is the Blue Mosque. That is very close to where the marathon finishes in Sarkeshi Gulhan Park. But there is a climb from 41k down on the coastal road. There is a steady climb. It actually comes in 2 inclines. A vicious short one to begin with, then it flattens out and even drops a little bit inside the park, and then it climbs again, a good steady climb up towards the finish line here where our commentary position is situated. There you can see the athletes getting ready. Well over 7,000, around 7,500 lining up for this 42.2 kilometre race this morning. Does look, doesn't it, suspiciously light. The sun has broken out. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but it will, there is no doubt, be a glorious morning for marathon running. And I always say that what is the sustainable quality of marathon running or marathon racing is the actual racing, and that is man against man, woman against woman. We talk about records so much of the time in athletics, and I often feel that that is an error, that we set ourselves up for disappointment if we talk again and again about record setting, chasing course records, national records, world records, continental records, you name it, any records. If you keep talking about records, then you are more times than not going to be disappointed. All the more reason, therefore, to focus upon the great racing. And that is what we are guaranteed here this morning, with a really strong women's elite field, a really strong elite men's field. Of course, the East Africans are here in good numbers, in particular in the men's race, the Kenyans and Ethiopians, with Kenneth Kiprop Kemboi, the fastest of them all, with the best of 2 hours 4:52. I say that actually, Abebe Ngewo, although he's 40 years old and his personal best was some 5 years ago, was run 2:04.51. I'm not sure we'll see a 2:04 here this morning, but the organisers would be delighted to see something down in the 2:07, 2:08 range. So much depends on what the wind does, though, through the second half of the race. That is from about 10 o'clock local time onwards. $7,500 in the marathon, and in the 15k this morning about, well, almost 12,000 in total in the different races today. 42,500. There's a corporate race with 18,000 in it. Other public entries, 5,000. So while the marathon has about 7,500 in it, the other races have some 35,000 runners involved through today. Well, the new Turkish Athletics Federation President, Ahmet Karadag, give the starting signal together with the mayor. And Ahmet Karadag, well, great hopes around the potential for his rule of Turkish athletics, which has had its fair share of problems in recent years. The sport of athletics in Turkey is a big sport and a proud sport, but it's had a variety of challenges. Indeed, all events in Turkey at the moment are on some kind of suspension in terms of validity of results and timing, and that needs turning around immediately, of course, so that all the performances can be validated. However, the Turkish Athletics President, newly appointed Ahmet Karadag, says that the Istanbul Marathon is the most important annual event, and the athletes getting ready for the gun to go. It is 8:59, the countdown underway. They start in the Bay district in Asia, to the east, of course, of the Bosphorus, the eastern half of the city of Istanbul, and then they will cross over into Ortaköy district when they hit land on the other side of the bridge. Well, would have been nice to see the runners start the race rather than somebody pressing a button, but never mind, we're all underway. Off they go. And it will be fast, it will be furious. The men looking for a pace of around 64:30 for the first half of the competition here today. They're looking for very, very quick times, there's no doubt about that. The women's pace, well, they're looking for around 71.5 minutes at halfway, so around 2:23 at halfway, as a finishing time rather. The women's course record was set by Chepingetic for the first half of 68:22, and then a second half of 70:13. Everybody excited, and personal watches being started, of course. Well, 2:10 has been broken on a couple of occasions on this course in 2018 and 2019, but in 2021 and 2022, the winning time was just outside 2:10. So the men's pace, well, they are hoping to head out at about 30:10 for 10K. 30:10 to 30:12, that's 3:01. Is 3:01 to 3:02 per kilometre, which would take through 10K in 30:10 and that to halfway in about 63:30 to 63:40. That is the those are the hopeful marks. Much depends upon the pacemakers doing a good job, and there are what, 5 of them in the men's race who will help set up the steady tempo through the first half, and they'll go to halfway, it's hoped, and maybe push into the second half. There you can see in the red vest with Laban on his vest, Laban Kipkemboi, 22-year-old Kenyan, one of the pacemakers. But already those big gaps appearing as they negotiate this slight upslope to the apex of the bridge. For a while, when it was first built, the bridge, completed back in 1973, it was the fourth longest suspension bridge in the world after 3 in the USA, one of which, funnily enough, was the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge, where the New York Marathon crosses its first few hundred meters from Staten Island. But there are now many, many bridges longer than this one, including the Humber Bridge in the northeast of England. Well, you can hear the wind there on the microphone of the lead camera bike. It is clearly the most exposed part of the course, high up there on the bridge above the Bosphorus. But what a scene that is as the athletes head from Asia into Europe. Quite some journey that. It's one of 3 suspension bridges across the Bosphorus. It's the southernmost of the 3. And they get quite a spectacular view, as the sun indeed does shine down on the city of Istanbul this morning. Maybe it'll burn off the early morning mist and a little bit of that cloud cover, and who knows, let's hope the wind will ease off. These runners at the moment should have the wind slightly behind them. I think it's coming from probably left of picture over their right shoulders, but from the left of the picture would be to the northeast as we see this shot. The bridge actually runs slightly in a northwesterly direction across the Bosphorus, and there you get a really good idea of the scale of this this monstrous structure. Quite a few white caps in the water too, reminding us that it is indeed windy down even at water level, not just high up on the bridge. Ten in that leading group, 2 little groups of 5 beginning to ease away. And I mentioned earlier that there are 11 men who have broken 2:10 in the race today. The Kenyans, well, they're here in bigger numbers than any other nation in the elite field, and for each of the last 2 years it's been a Kenyan double on the men's and women's side in terms of winners. 2022 race started very cautiously, passing halfway outside 65 minutes, and then they ran negative splits, and the first 5 men were covered by 41 seconds, which tells you that it was a tactical race and they should have run a lot quicker than the 2:10.18 timing of Victor Kiplangat. And then last year, well, the men's race was won in 2:10.35 by Panwell Nkungo of Kenya, with Beatrice Cheptu running a relatively modest 2:27.09 for her victory. They are now on the downslope from the bridge, and they've enjoyed that for a few hundred meters, and they're back into Europe on European soil effectively now, and they will shortly swing left and drop down towards the coastal road along the banks of the Bosphorus. That is the lead group of the women, where we are expecting an interesting debut from Betty Chepkemoi Kibet, the 24-year-old. She's a well-established half-marathon runner with a personal best of 66.37. That was in the Rome Ostia half-marathon 3 years ago. But she's run 4 half-marathons this year. She's prepared for this very, very thoroughly, has Kibet. We'll get to see her later on. Hard to identify athletes at the moment. Here we go. This is better pictures of the elite men. Still that pacemaker in the red vest nearest the camera, Laban Kipkemboi. And the pacemakers, by the way, are able to carry on if they want to finish the race. That's a big pack at the front end. About 20 in that lead pack at the men's race, front of the men's race now. And in the women's race, well, there you can see some of the leading exponents. Ruth Jabet in the white vest. Fascinating character. Runs for Bahrain now as the former Olympian. Of course, the Olympic champion in the steeplechase in Rio back in 2016, where she won by over 8 seconds in the those wonderful Olympics in Brazil. Great track racer. Has a best of 2:23 in the marathon. Funnily enough, here in Turkey, in Mersin, in December last year, she ran that 2:23 for a winning time. But here's that men's field. They came down off the bridge, and then there's a slight climb again before they take that left-hand turn. And it's at the top of this climb, this second climb they make, that they reach that highest point, 66 meters above sea level. There you can see the athletes getting ready for the 15K, which is due off at 1/4 the hour in about 6 minutes' time. Now, I can tell you that the first kilometre in the men's race, with that slight uphill, was 3:10. Then the second kilometre, a 3:01. And that followed by a 3:06. So 9:17 it was at 3 kilometres. Well, Kibet holds that course record from 2019, 2:09.44. And Chepin Getic there, that bottom figure to the bottom of your screen, 2:18.35. That was a fabulous time, one of the quickest times ever when she ran it 6 years ago. Of course, now she's run under 2:10. She's run some 9 minutes or so faster than that. Quite astonishing what she managed in Chicago 3 weeks or so ago. Just looking at this men's field now, and they are moving along nicely. And the women too look to have their own pacemakers, although in that men's field, one or two of the local Turks moving along with them. Halil Yassin, I can see in the black. He's at a 2:17 performing, yet he's running with Ruth Jabet, I should say, of Bahrain. Former Kenyan, became Bahraini in May 2013, so some 11.5 years ago now. But at the front end of this men's field, here's another slight incline. It is undulating, I think you could say, politely, the first 4K of this marathon. And then they can settle down to a really nice, steady, quick tempo as they get down by the rhythm. Matthew Samperu, 31-year-old, is up there. Samperu, his third marathon of the year. He was 4th in Bali back in August. That was after winning the Buriram Marathon in Thailand in 2:09.54, his personal best. Been a bit of a half marathon specialist up to this year. Many of these athletes, of course, are very, very competent half marathon runners and then move up to the marathon. Others, well, strangely enough, their CVs just show a lot of great form on the marathon distance, but really not many half marathons at all. There are many different ways to crack an egg, as they say. There's the mayor welcoming athletes for the start of the 15K, due off in a couple of minutes' time.
Koşulan maraton. Burada çok kıymetli konuklarımızla ve özellikle Sayın Vali Yardımcımız, Genç Spor Genel Müdürümüz, İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye'mizin çok değerli yöneticileri, belediye başkanlarımız var aramızda. İş Bankası ismini bizimle paylaşan Cumhuriyetimizin kadim kurumu, genel CEO'su bizimle birlikte ve bütün yönetici kadroları bizimle birlikte. Sizleri sevgiyle selamlıyoruz, başarılar diliyoruz. Açıkçası canımız ne kadar sıkkın olursa olsun, problemli bir sürecin içinde de olsak, İstanbul Maraton'un içinde bulunduğunuzda içinizi umutla kucaklayan bir atmosferin içerisinde oluyorsunuz. Dolayısıyla şu an bütün güzel duygularla sizleri selamlıyoruz. Maraton çok asil bir spor. Daha doğrusu atletizmin en önemli, en ana unsuru. Bu koşu 42.195 metreyi adım adım koşarken biliyoruz birçok zorlukla hareket edeceksiniz. İlk adımınız belki en kolayı, zaman geçtikçe zorlaşan koşullarda mücadele edeceksiniz. Vazgeçmemek, mücadeleye devam etmek, o maratonu bitirmek için tedbirlerinizi almak, koşullarınızı ona göre planlamak, aslında bir insanın hayat koşusu için tam da felsefesi diyebileceğimiz bir zemini bu. Bu yönüyle bu maratona cesaret eden, ben bunu koşarım deyip buraya katılanların kesinlikle şu an benim gözümde ve gönlümde başka bir boyutu, başka bir yeri var. Katılan tüm hanımefendileri ve beyefendileri tebrik ediyorum. Özellikle bu büyük maraton koşusu bu sene burada bulunan bütün dostlarımız bilmeli ki yarısı vatandaşımız, diğer yarısı yurt dışından, farklı ülkelerden konuklarımız. Böylesi bir uluslararası boyuta evrilmesi de bizim için çok değerli. Bu bakımdan özel bir startı birazdan vereceğiz. Hepinize başarılı bir koşu diliyorum. Sizin bu koşudaki başarınız 2027'de İstanbul'da başaracağımız Avrupa oyunlarının en güzel motivasyonu olsun. Ama daha da önemlisi sizin bugünkü koşunuz 2036'da İstanbul'da olimpiyat oyunlarına ev sahipliği yapacağımız, paralimpik oyunlara ev sahipliği yapacağımız muazzam bir spor coşkusunu elde etmemize şans getirsin. Hepinize başarılar, hepinize starta ulaşmanız için bol şans diliyorum.
Well, you can see the elite men's field now ploughing along towards 6K. They've gone through 5K in 15:07, so they're well on schedule for course record. At the moment, at least, that fifth kilometre, as they dropped down from the heights of the bridge, it was a 2:48, fabulously quick fifth kilometre. I can tell you, however, that when the course record was set by Daniel Kipkoda-Kibet back in 2019, it went through 5K in 14:59, so they're way behind him. But nonetheless, maybe they're running a more sensible race. We have seen plenty of occasions here in Istanbul where the second half of the race has been considerably slower than the first. And we don't want that today. We want a nice steady tempo, and we want strength in the second half to get through those miles, those kilometres, and also to battle into the wind, which is expected to be in their faces for the last 18K or so. Now, this is interesting, isn't it? Ruth Jebet of Bahrain, the 27-year-old former Kenyan, who has some experience at the marathon, 16:54 at 5K. 16:54. Well, that is quick. That's very quick. That's around 2:23 tempo, something like that. And as you can see, the rest of them some way behind with 17 minutes, the time of Cheptu in her wake. Well, they are now on Barbaros Boulevard and heading towards the Galata Bridge, which they will cross. That is the bridge which crosses the sort of side stream to the Bosphorus, called the Golden Horn. It's actually a river valley, quite wide, but the Galata Bridge, as they move along the banks in the southwesterly direction of the Bosphorus, that crosses the Golden Horn. So the 15k athletes due to get underway. They actually should have got underway a couple of minutes ago, I think at 1:15. But the officials making sure everything is in place for this sizable field to get going on schedule, or at least when the race course is safe. Well, yet again, the director choosing to show us the mare pressing a horn rather than the athletes getting underway. Always useful to see the start of the race. Not an official firing a starting gun or pressing a button, but whatever. The fact is they're racing and the sun is still out and weather looks like it's improving. We are quite high up here at the Sirkeji Gülen Park near the Blue Mosque, where the athletes, the elite athletes will finish in just under 2 hours time. And it is quite windy. The trees are blowing around a fair old bit, so let's hope that does ease off in the for the second half of the race. If it eased off from about 10 o'clock onwards local time, that would be very convenient. That would be ideal. Well, of course, running booming all over the planet. There are over 1 billion runners around the planet now. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking the same as you. I should have gone to the shoe company business. Should have started making running shoes. But there's a few brands who are making rather useful money. When you think about the Nikes and Adidas and Pumas and Asics and New Balance and goodness knows how many others that are making huge money. I just wish some more of it was pumped back into the sport of athletics myself, I have to say. People are becoming billionaires on the back of the running boom. But sometimes I feel not enough of it is channeled back into the sport towards the development at youth level and indeed all the way through the different grades of ability up to elite level. So here's that elite field, 20 minutes on the clock now. They've gone through the elite men's field, as I said, gone through a 5k in 15:07. They've now gone through 6k. So there you have a little bit of information. 3 times the winner, Moges Taye of Ethiopia, 97, 98 and 99. 3 consecutive wins, and twice winners, Stephen Langat, David Chepkwony, Kazini Adilo and Vincent Kiplagat. Over the rich history of this race. They've gone through 6k, I can tell you, in 18:07. So exactly 3 minutes for that 6 kilometre. And through 7k in 21:10. So that 7th kilometre was a 3:03. So nice steady tempo they're running at the moment. And in the women's category, twice winners, Adriana Barbru of Romania, Rima Dubovrik of Ukraine, Madna Bigtajarova of Russia, Amane Gobena, 2014 and 2015, the Ethiopian, Ruth Chepengedic, 2017 and 2018, the Kenyan winning. And of course, it was on that second occasion in 2018 that she set the course record. And she won that day, I can tell you, by a massive margin. She won by 6 minutes, 29 seconds when she ran that course record of 2:18:35. So, just looking at this big men's lead pack, which is moving along nicely now, nice and steadily, at course record tempo. We need them, we want them to go through halfway in about 63.5, 64 minutes. So they build up a bit of a cushion. They're at 7.5 kilometers at the moment. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . You can see Kennedy Kipyego there in the white top, second to left. Had a chat with him yesterday at the Athletes Hotel, which conveniently is just a few kilometres away from here. He said he's hoping to pace for halfway. But he ran the Eindhoven Marathon just a couple of weeks ago, did Kennedy Kipyego, so he's 32-year-old you'd think would be running on tired legs, but he seems to be okay. Now, there's an interesting thing. Ruth Chepngetich, I thought she was, Ruth Jebet, I thought was on her own, but there is at least one other athlete up there with her. I was trying to see who that was in the purple top. We'll get back to it. It was certainly one of the Ethiopians, I think. But that's a big men's lead pack, about 20 strong at the moment, and moving really well. Great to see this race welcoming athletes of all abilities, all categories, all ages, shapes and sizes are welcome in the sport of running. It turns nobody away, which is wonderful. Abraham Akopesha in the white vest, they're nearest the camera. He's a 30-year-old, Akopesha, and ideal as a pacemaker. He's a big, tall fella. Will give plenty of protection from any wind that may be in their faces. I mentioned Laban Kipkemboy in the red and Kennedy Kipyego as well. And Kipkoge up there to the left of picture with the white bandana round his head. And he is in the Kenyan colours. He's the 31-year-old. So, the pacemakers all there, forming a sort of wall across the road as we see Ruth Jebet just stretching away on what looks to be a slight downhill section. I mentioned earlier that last year she won in the Mersin Marathon. That was in December in 2:23.08. That was her fourth marathon in 11 months, by the way. She's had a busy time of it. She's had 2 marathons and 2 wins this year. She ran and won in Zhengzhou in China back in March, 2:26, and then in Harbin in 2:28. Last year winning that Mersin Marathon, as I mentioned as well. So her 4th marathon in 11 months this, and she's won the first 3 in that period. But how about this? Rather bizarrely, Ruth Jebet ran a 400 metres last year in July in 54.9. Quite astonishing. That was in a meeting in Oran in Algeria. So she's trying to stay in touch with her speed, her trackability. Now, just looking at this field and all the athletes in there, Elijah Cheriot is there in that orange top, second to left. He's a 2:10 performer. And he's just tucked in right behind them. Around that 2:10 in Milan last year. Marathon has grown in stature this last 20 years or so. Milan being one of the great European marathons, in of course one of the most beautiful cities in Europe. But look how well they're moving here, and that big pack taking advantage of good pacemaking from these athletes. Let's see, they're coming up towards 9K now. They've gone through 8K in 24:10, so exactly 3 minutes for that 8th kilometre. That's a great job done by the pacemakers. And 9K, waiting for that time to come through. Well, 2 athletes in the background there as we see the white vest of Ruth Jebet. We think are Sintayehu Lewitain and Betty Kibet rather. But Ruth Jebet looks to have done for them. She's eased away by about 40 or 50 metres now. So, the elite field now crossing the second bridge of the race, the Galata Bridge over the Golden Horn. This bridge which connects Karakai and Aminu and built on the Golden Horn, across the Golden Horn, is one of the rare bridges in the world where trams run over it. How about that? A race course where you can enjoy running with waterways beneath you and trams alongside you almost. A lot calmer the waters here because this is a tributary of the Bosphorus. The Bosphorus to the right of picture, of course, the main north-south strip of it, and this Golden Horn strip of water off to the left goes up a sort of river valley with steep banks. I've been to a couple of rather glorious watering holes on the banks overlooking that valley in the last couple of years. Might head over there this afternoon for something refreshing. They take a slight left now. They've crossed over the bridge. But encouraging to see this really big pack moving so well. And they are moving well too. Just see an athlete to the extreme left of the group in that fluorescent green. He's got Kenneth on his vest. And that's Kenneth Kipkemboy. And here is the Galata Tower. It's located in the Beyoğlu district, built in 1348 as a watchtower as a part of the walls of Galata. The tower is currently being used as an exhibition place and a museum. You can travel up to the top there if you're prepared to queue up and pay the ticket price. But it is rather glorious. It's still one of the outstanding structures of the city. All these centuries later, it's one of the tallest in that part of town, and you can see it from miles and miles away. So there in that group, at the top right of that group, you can see a fluorescent green vest, and that is Kenneth Kipkemboy, the fastest in the field. Construction of the mosque began in 1597, the Yeni Mosque. It was ordered by Safiye Sultan, who was the wife of Sultan Murad III. The construction took more than half a century, over 50 years, and was completed by Turan Sultan, mother of Sultan Mehmed IV. And I can assure you that there are so many structures around the city like that. It is quite glorious. Well, you can see one or two in the background there. These minarets of the various mosques poke up above the city all over the place, and they are rather majestic, I have to say. Now that men's pack just beginning to break up a little bit. Maybe it's because they're approaching this drink station. A lot of athletes like to accelerate approaching a drink station and have a good clear run at their own drink. Of course, the elite athletes are given hand in their personal drinks bottles the night before the race. The elite athletes can hand in 8 bottles, which are placed along the course every 5 kilometers, and the mixture they make up, it varies in its contents from early in the race to late in the race. But Ruth Jabet here, looking quite magnificent. She is a world-class track runner. She's run 68:22 for a half marathon. That was in last October when she was second in Lucerne in Switzerland. She's a former world record holder in the steeplechase in Paris back in 2016. 8 years ago, she ran 8:52, making her one of the very quickest in history. I think she's about the 3rd or 4th quickest in history at the steeplechase, but she's got good track speed as well. 8:47 for 3,000, 14:53 for 5,000, and those, I'm sure, could be much quicker if she focused upon it. Meanwhile, further back down the course, athletes just coming off the bridge who are taking the marathon at a much more steady tempo. Some of these, of course, will be beginning to mix with the 15K field as well. Almost exactly 20 I counted just then in that lead group as they come towards the 10K checkpoint now. 9K, I can tell you, was 27:08. That means it was a 2:58, that 9th kilometre. And then 10K, 30:09. 30:09 at 10K. So they've gone 3:01 for that 10th kilometre. And that suggests to me that things are going very, very well indeed in terms of the target time. We were looking at 10K for about 30:45, and they've gone through in 30:09. They are flying. They're building up a big cushion here in terms of what they need to go into the second half, when it will get tougher and they'll have the wind. Look at that flag in the background up at the top of the picture, blowing out, standing out horizontally. There really is a strong wind coming off the Bosphorus, slightly from behind these athletes at the moment. I think they are benefiting from a slight tailwind, but it will begin to peter out, or rather whittle down to smaller numbers, this field. They've gone through 11K now in 33:13. So that 11th kilometre was a 3:04. But generally, the pacemaker's doing a wonderful job here. The last few kilometres have been 3 minutes, 3:03, 3 minutes, 2:58, 3:01, 3:04. Hitting the right marks. Incidentally, that wall to the left of the picture is the old city wall. There's a fabulous city wall covering many, many kilometres that surrounds the old city, and huge sections of it still stand. Some of it in wonderful condition, other parts it really is crumbling away, and it forms the wall of people's houses and apartment blocks and hotels and so on. It goes through back gardens and everything. There's so many miles of it, so many kilometres of it, that unfortunately it can't all be protected and cherished, and it does indeed have a very, very local feel to it. You know, have you got a bit of the old city wall? Only 1,000 or so years old, going through your back garden? Yeah, haven't you? No. But it is quite glorious, and I love architecture like that. Magnificent, huge structures built thousands or hundreds of years ago when there was no mechanical assistant, that's for sure. So 11K, and that last kilometre indeed was a 3:04 after a 33:13 clocking. Ruth Jabet 32:52 at 10K. So she's moving really well. That last 5K was 15:02, or excuse me, 15:58, I should say, in the women's race. So Ruth Jabet looks to me making a one-woman push here for victory, and perhaps a fast time today in Istanbul. There you can see a section of the wall with protection where it's being worked on. There is a substantial amount of work going on in different parts of the old city wall. But if you were to go to the left of that shot, the athletes have the Bosphorus only about 50 or 100 yards to their left. And that's why it's so flat. They just follow the water course for many miles in a southwesterly direction. Ruth Jabet enjoying plenty of company there with the three men to right of picture. And that second 5K, wow, was she flying, 15:58. And that is, well, sub 2:20 tempo, I think. Yeah, 2:18 tempo, so she's on schedule at least with that 10K split of 32:52 for something around 2:18:30, 2:19. Tempo, so really promising running from Jabet. As the men to left of picture pass another drink station. They've gone through 12K in 36:13, so exactly 3 minutes for the men in that 12th kilometre. Long, long way to go yet, but it's looking good. They've got 30K to run yet, the men, as we see another group of the 15K runners building up. The second start of this Türkiye İş Bankası Istanbul Marathon of 2024. The energy, almost palpable, isn't it?
Ve geri sayımı başlatıyoruz. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And away they go then, this second wave of the 15K. I love the way they have to be held back like sprinters trying to come out of the blocks, and yet most of them are joggers. Well, they talk about everybody getting their 15 seconds of glory, and there's one or two of them there really going for it as well. But that is a big second wave, goodness me. Remember, in the race today, there are some 42,500 runners in total. And waves are such a good idea because it enables everybody to get that feel of a big start. They do it at all the big marathons, Berlin and Chicago, London and so on. It enables every group of a few thousand to get that feel, the energy, the buzz of a big start instead of just jogging through the line with many, many thousands in front of you. It's a fine idea. It also takes pressure along the course. As a former race organizer, I can tell you that if you send off the athletes in waves of a few thousand, it takes the pressure off the course because it enables them to stretch out along the course a little bit and fill the gaps in between. But the density of the runners along the course when they're coming to drink stations and food stations and all that sort of thing is slightly reduced. So it works really well and helps everybody for a number of reasons. Now they've gone through 13K and 39.18, so that's 13th K was at 3:05, a slightly slower clocking. Indeed, that's the slowest clocking for since the third kilometre, which is a 3:06. Well, the Topkapı Palace, where the Ottoman sultans had lived for 400 years, is one of the most important buildings in the city. I visited it, actually, when I came camping with my parents through Istanbul about 50 years ago. I was a youngster, and my dad used to take some of these long camping holidays around Europe. He wanted to educate me and my brother. Couldn't afford flights. It was just driving. We drove from London down to Istanbul and back inside 3 weeks. It was pretty impressive by my old dad, God bless him. And I remember visiting the Topkapı Palace. Well, there's the waters of the Bosphorus. Erekapı Foghorn and Lighthouse. There to the bottom right of picture. It's a pathfinder for ships entering the port of Istanbul from the Sea of Marmara and passing through the Bosphorus. It's among the most important historical structures that were built during the reign of Sultan Abdülmecid and have survived to the present day. Isn't that a beautiful shot? There you get some idea of the scale of this city. Those buildings up at the top of the picture, that's Asia over there. That's the eastern side of the Bosphorus. And the athletes now in Europe, to the left of picture, are moving southwards along that main road beside the water. In fact, there you can see, I think, towards the bottom of the picture, the lead vehicle with the lead men behind it. That big pack, which was about 20 strong. We'll get a shot of it shortly and be able to tell you whether or not it is reducing in numbers. I would expect it to, because the pace is quick. There is no doubt about it. 30:09 at 10K. Had them on schedule for about 2:07, something like that. Well, here's Ruth Jabet with 3 male athletes accompanying her, but she is in glorious isolation in regard to her competitors, and she is knocking out a very, very quick tempo indeed, is Ruth Jabet. Just looking for her splits on our computer system. Well, Jabet, I mentioned earlier, a controversial character. She won the Olympic steeplechase in Rio back in 2016, but she was busted for doping. back in December 2017 and banned for 4 years. Very, very sad when you see that in an athlete's CV, but she has served her penalty and she's come back and is racing as well as ever in a new format, really. The women's category, Ethiopia have won 8 times, the Kenyans 7 times. And as you can see, the Russians 5 times, Romania 4 times, Ukraine 4 times. Not many Western Europeans have appeared on the rostrum over the years at this race, which tends to be frequented by the Eastern Europeans and the East Africans. The men's category, we'll look at that. Kenya, 17 times they've produced winners here on the men's side, and Turkey 11 times. Ethiopia 9 times, but that number's growing. Great Britain a couple of times as well. I think Ian Thompson was the first European winner of this race. First international winner of the race, I should say. Ian Thompson, who became a Commonwealth champion. That was in 1983, Ian Thompson of Great Britain winning in 2:33, 2 hours 33. How times have changed, although the course was very different back then as well. So the little Hagia Sophia Mosque, Hagia Sophia Mosque, the building which was built as a church by Justinian as his wife Tenda, was converted into a mosque during the reign of Bayezid I and is one of the favourite structures of domestic and foreign tourists today. And you can see why, can't you? I love the symmetry of these mosques. They are quite glorious. That big men's pack is hanging together pretty well, I can tell you. And let's have a look at their recent splits. So they went through 13k, as I've told you, in 39.18. That was a 3:05. And 14k, they've gone through in 42.14. Now, this is interesting. That 42.14 is after a 2:57 kilometre. That's the quickest of the race. 2:57 for that 14th kilometre. The 9th kilometre was a 2:58. In fact, I tell you a lie. The 5th kilometre on that big downhill from the height of the bridge was a 2:48. That doesn't really count, does it? Because it was so steeply downhill. But 2:58 in the 9th kilometre, 2:57 in the 14th kilometre, and they've just gone through 15k, in fact, in 45:10. And that was with a 2:56. So they have picked it up. There's no doubt about it. Maybe, I'm just checking the course map. Yeah, they've swung, almost going due west at the moment through 14 and 15k. And maybe the wind behind them a little bit more there, but 45:10 at 15k. Well, that is very promising indeed. That is some 20 seconds quicker than Kibet when he set the course record 5 years ago. So they are maintaining that good cushion ahead of course record schedule. Mind you, when Kibet went through halfway, it was on 64.12, and they were scheduled to target something around 63.40 today for halfway. So we are expecting them to go through halfway about 30 seconds quicker than he did 5 years ago. These pacemakers are doing a wonderful job. I guess it's from now on, but beyond about 15k through to halfway and perhaps beyond, that they start earning their money. They are professionals, remember. They get paid for this job. Perhaps not as much as if they were finishing in the top positions of the prize money, but nonetheless, it's a very, very important role. And that big pack, what, about 12 or 14 strong, tucked in behind them on this downslope of this underpass, benefiting from really, really good pace judgment and aggressive running too at the front end. Not silly aggressive, just nicely aggressive. They're hitting that sort of balancing point between going too fast and too slow. Getting it just right so far is my belief. How many of those legs behind them will have a good second half. That's when this race sees so many top athletes come unstuck. There are about 14 in that chasing pack. 4 pacemakers, 5 pacemakers, 6. There's still about 20 in that picture, just counting them. Almost exactly 20, might be 21 in that lead pack, and you can still see Akopesha, Abraham Akopesha, and Laban Kipkemboy, and Kennedy Kipyego, and James Kipkogai across the front here, doing a superb job. Heading across to get a drink there. In the red is Laban Kipkemboy. Didn't plan that one too well, did he? I wonder if any of these pacemakers are thinking about completing the race, because we were told yesterday at the technical meeting last night at 5 o'clock that they are perfectly entitled to carry on the race if they want. That's a controversial issue in the sport, is whether or not pacemakers should be able to finish the race. My own feeling, I have to admit, is that they shouldn't, because if you enter the race as a pacemaker and you lead the first half and maybe go beyond, I think your competitors, the other athletes who are planning to run the whole race, are entitled to know your status from the get-go, from the gun, from the start. I think as a competitor, you're entitled to know who is a competitor and who is helping you in the race. I don't think that's unreasonable. But if somebody, let's say at about 25k, suddenly goes, do you know what? I'm a competitor now. I'm no longer a pacemaker. And they might have built up a lead of 50 or 100 meters or more. Then it's kind of like in the middle of a card game, pulling a card out from up your sleeve and going, aha, here's my trick. And I'm not sure that's, as we would say in English, I'm not sure that's cricket. Anyway, there we go. Akopesha, 45.13 at 15k. That's the official clocking. We got 45.10 on our timing system. And they've now gone through 16k in 48.11. That's a 3:01 then. That's a 16th kilometre. Just a bit of a gap appearing behind the pacemakers now, as the main pack really needs to start working. We're still in the early stages of the race, only just past 1/3 distance. I'd really like to see that pack moving up, tuck in behind the pacemakers. Otherwise I'll start to get worried that maybe... Now Ruth Jabet, 49.09 at 15k for Ruth Jabet. 49.09, and look at the lead she's built up, 49 seconds. At 15k. Betty, Kibet and Cherop. And Lewitain of Ethiopia in second, third and fourth. But Ruth Jabet looking quite magnificent at the moment. Looks relatively easy too. So 49.09 at 15k. Well, it means she's on schedule for about 2:18:30, 2:19. In fact, yeah, about 2:18 still. She's still on schedule for about 2:18:20, 2:18:30. Ruth Jabet. So we've talked about how Ruth Chepngetich set that course record back in 2018 and how it's unattainable. Well, who knows? Ruth Jabet at the moment giving it a great crack, trying very hard to stay within reach of that women's course record. The second group, by the way, of Lewitain and Kibet and Cherop are on sub 2:21 tempo. They're moving very well too. So we'll keep you abreast of the progress in that women's competition, where 27-year-old Ruth Jabet, who lifted that Olympic title back in Rio 2016, by the way, in the steeplechase, winning with a time of 8:59, and anything under 9 minutes is super fast. She lifted that Olympic steeplechase title at the age of 19, can you believe? Well, the Spice Bazaar is located in the Imray quarter of the Fatih district. It's the most famous covered shopping complex after the Grand Bazaar. It was built in 1660. The Spice Bazaar has 85 shops selling spices, Turkish delights and different kinds of food, such as dried nuts and fruits, as well as jewellery. So Akopesha, that is Abraham Akopesha and Kennedy Kipyego, and Mohsin. Now there's an interesting athlete, the Moroccan Mohsin Outala, the 25-year-old. Haven't mentioned him yet, but he's been tucked in behind the pacemakers there the whole race. And these two pacemakers are beginning to ease away now, and other pacemakers are back with the main pack. And he's in that mauve top in third place, the 25-year-old Moroccan who ran 3 marathons last year. He set his personal best in January last year when he won in Doha in 2:06:49. He was one of the favourites today. Then he had a bit of a disaster in Paris. He was 156th in Paris last year in 2:34. Then he came back to good form and was 5th in Ljubljana last October in 2:09. That's October 23. And this year, well, 6th in Rabat in 2:10. He didn't finish the Olympic Games marathon on the 10th of August. That was exactly 12 weeks ago, by the way, 12 weeks ago today. And then he ran a half marathon. He has run very good half marathons as well. So Outala looking good at the moment at the front end of the men's race. The Moroccan giving a great account of himself. And in this men's race, I can tell you, they've gone through 17K in 51:22. That was a 3:11. So they have slowed a little bit there. And 18K, 54:17. Now that's an acceleration. Wow, to a 2:55. Maybe there was a slight turn into the wind. Where are they? 18K, just checking my course map. It shouldn't really have been. But there's a huge differentiation there between the split of the 17th kilometre and the 18th kilometre. And the projected winning time at the moment is 2:07:15. Wow. They have built up a really useful cushion through 18 kilometres. Not that far now from the halfway point in this 46th edition of the Istanbul Marathon. Well, the weather at start time was around 15 degrees. It was drizzling slightly earlier on this morning. A fresh breeze from the northeast, which may well be in the runners' faces in the second half. But it looks to have improved a little bit. It's a little bit brighter over this last 45 minutes or so than it was a couple of hours ago when we first arrived here near the finish line. There you can see the stationary trams. Many of them are on hold for this morning's marathon proceedings. But here's the leading pack in that men's race. 2 pacemakers. Abraham Akopesha to the right of picture. Kennedy Kipyego, the 32-year-old in the white vest nearest the camera. They're both pacemakers. And then the Moroccan, Mohsin Outala, who is a well-established, experienced marathon runner. And he's beginning to build up a bit of a gap on those behind him. Has he judged it right? We won't know for a while yet. He checks his watch there. Unusual to see an athlete of that caliber running in a heavy cotton t-shirt with a vest over it. How long can he stay comfortable? Looks comfortable at the moment, doesn't he, Outala? As indeed does Ruth Chepngetich. Now, at 15K, 49:09, she had a lead of 49 seconds and she was on schedule for about 2:18:30. That was 49:09. And now on the clock, we've got almost 57.5 minutes. Well, 1994 in the women's category, Serap Aktaş of Turkey won in 2:46, and then Nina Kovaritskina of Ukraine 2:46. That was the closest finishing times in 1994. Closest finishing times in the history of the race in 2004. Aktash, 2:46.42. She won by 3 seconds in Kovrechina of Ukraine. In the men's category, well, Badaso Turbe in 2001 running 2:18.21 to Ninkovic of Serbia, 2:18.22. There was a 1 second margin at the finish line 23 years ago in this Istanbul Marathon. Those were the closest finishes. There's the Galata Bridge. Lovely shot that from this drone camera. There you can see the Galata Tower, top left of your screen, poking up above that area of the city. But there's the gap, look, left of picture, extreme left of picture. You can see the leading trio. They've just gone out of shot, in fact, but they've got about a 40 or 50 meter lead over that main pack. The camera, they're just trying to get them back in shot. Couldn't quite find them. There it is. It's about 50 meters. And I wonder if Mohsin has been, the Moroccan, has been saying anything to the pair behind him, Mohsin Autalla, whether or not he's been speaking to the two pacemakers and encouraging them to push along and keep this tempo going. Well, let's see. The last kilometre, wow, they've really picked it up because they've gone through 18 kilometres in 54:17 and 19 kilometres in 57:03. That is crazy. They've gone through the 19th kilometre, if this is to be believed, with a 2:46 split. That is the quickest split of the race. I don't know if that's accurate or not, because sometimes the kilometre markers are slightly out of position. It's very rare, and this is a well-organised race, so you wouldn't expect it. But he's gone 15:10, 30:12, and 45:15 at 15K. They obviously are getting a tailwind at this section of the course. We mentioned that earlier, how there would be a tailwind from the northeast, and that maybe is why they're being blown so strongly there between 18 and 19K. Just looking, yeah, it's a section of the road where they are running due west, and I can only assume from the way these splits are working out, because it happened about 10 minutes ago, that the wind is coming from the east, not so much from the northeast, but actually from the east now, and that is helping the athletes. There we go, with Ruth Jabet, her split 16:54 at 5K, 32:52 at 10K. That means she ran her second 5K in 15:58, almost a minute quicker than the first 5K. Passing up wheelchair racers, this leading trio. And Autalla making sure he gets his drink there. He wasn't too worried about slowing down. The important thing is to get the drinks on board. Keep sipping little and often is what they say. But of course, I talked about the shoe technology and how that's helped athletes run faster. Well, also there is a drink manufacturer out there now that is producing a product that enables the athletes to drink a sort of gel rather than a liquid, and that doesn't bounce around in your stomach so much, and it also has a more controlled, steady release of the carbohydrates in the liquid into your system. So when you take a swig of the gel, it benefits you over the following 10 or 15 minutes with a steady release of energy, instead of, for example, taking a slurp of a liquid that's got lots of sugar in it and that hitting your system in one big bang over 2 or 3 minutes. So that steady release of energy obviously enables the athletes to maintain a more steady physiology and equilibrium in each section between drink stations, each section of the course between drink stations. All these little incremental factors have helped times become quicker and quicker. The last Turkish winners, well, Demirel in the men's side was back in 1992. He won this race with 2:23, and on the women's side, Serap Aktaş in 1994 with that really close finish, 2:46.42. Well, the wind's still blowing quite strongly here up at the finish line. There are leaves blowing around our marquee up here near the Blue Mosque. as we see this leading trio gradually stretching away to the right of pitch. That chasing pack is now, well, probably 60 or 70 metres down, maybe 50 or 60 metres down. In Thompson was the first foreign winner. I mentioned that earlier, back in 1983, the Briton winning in 2:33. But this is a brave push from Altala so early in the race, well before halfway. I can tell he was just gone through 20k in 60:02, and that was a 2:59 split. Now, one pacemaker has gone. Altala there on his own now. There, 63.24 at halfway. 63.24, that is just about perfect. They were looking for something around 63.5 minutes. The steady pace schedule should be 64.52 for course records. So they built up a cushion of almost a minute and a half here. And Mohsin Altala, the athlete who benefits from that the most at the moment, 63.24, sub 2:07 tempo here in Istanbul this morning. It's fabulously fast.
K'nın 3. startı biraz sonra verilecek. Hazır mıyız? Hazır mıyız? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ve start veriliyor.
Well, that's another wave of the 15k runners getting underway. Local time here in Istanbul, 10 in the morning. We're 3 hours ahead of the UK, 2 hours ahead of Central European time. But the temperature is fairly mild. It's around 15 degrees at the moment here in Istanbul. There's a little bit of breeze across this city, but nothing too vicious. The rain has stopped. There was a little bit of overnight rain and drizzle. In fact, it's 16 degrees here in Istanbul right now, so the temperature is climbing slightly. It's a rather glorious Sunday morning in early November. So the official halfway time in the men's marathon, by the way, is 63.22. Well, we saw 63.24 come up on the screen. Our timing system is saying 63.22. I can tell you that at 21k, the time was 63.04. At 22k, 65.58. So the 21st kilometre was a 3:03, and the 22nd kilometre is a 2:54. Really quick. Now they will make the turn and head back into the wind, as we expect, at just after 26 kilometres. So about 5k after the halfway point, but they then got to negotiate some 16 kilometres or so into a pretty strong wind for most of the way, I fear, back towards the finish line up here in Sarkeji Gulhane Park. So 65.58. We're a minute or two away from the 23-kilometre point just yet, as we see that 15k field. 15k, well, that's around 9 miles if you wanted in English miles, and the best athletes in the world is cover that distance in around 41 minutes. They went through 15k today in this men's race in 45:10. Ruth Jabet still with Halil, Halil Yasin, the Turkish elite athlete, the 25-year-old in the black. With her, that's because she's on schedule to run around 2:18 and enjoying a tailwind at this section. Jabet, the Olympic champion from Rio in the steeplechase. The following year, she was 7th in the World Championship steeplechase in London. The former Kenyan, been a Bahraini now for about 11.5 years. And I mentioned earlier that, yeah, she ran a 400 meters back in July. Now that's quite something for a steeplechaser come marathon runner. 54.9 she ran for 400 meters. On the 4th of July in Oran, Algeria, and that is her personal best. But 54.9 tells me that she could probably break 2 minutes for 800 meters, never mind about 4 minutes for 1500 and so on. So her track times could be much quicker. Maybe they're done now. Now this is interesting. Akopesha, Abraham Akopesha is a 30-year-old Kenyan who is the pacemaker, and yet here he is striking out on his own. And this looks like a surge. I'm not sure whether or not he's surging here just to get to, say, the 25-kilometer point or what, but he's not really helping Mohsin Outalla, the Moroccan in second place, who at the moment, as far as we're aware, is the only one of the two who's going to finish the distance. But there was a little glance over the shoulder just then from Akopesha, and it almost makes me think that maybe he's thinking of finishing the race and striking out on his own from this point. That would be slightly bizarre because it's very early on. They're only just past halfway as we see the Galata Bridge with the crowds pouring over it. The pleasure craft pushing along underneath as we see this leading pair push along at the front of this men's race. And that main pack, well, it's not that far back, is it? They haven't really opened up a big gap. It's probably about 60 or 70 meters down, not so far down. Abraham Akopesha, by the way, has run a couple of half marathons this year. 61 minutes in the Ghent-Bruges race in Belgium, and then 62.09 in Poznan back in April. And last year, just looking at his racing schedule last year, ran 3 half marathons, including a victory in the Warsaw half marathon. So he is a good competitor. He has run 2:10 for a marathon. That was in Paris back in 2017, Akopesha. So he is quite a useful competitor. And he's run 3:42 for 1500. It's about equivalent to about 3:59 for a mile. When he ran that 2:10.12 in Paris back in 2017, he finished in 11th place. So he is very much an athlete to watch as we continue to see him, Akopesha, pushing along and dragging Mohsin Outalla of Morocco through this important third quarter of the race. He's gone through 23k, by the way, in 68.57. So that was a 2:59, that 23rd kilometer. Ruth Jabet 69.23 at halfway. That's at the 21k checkpoint, 69.23. And you can see her lead there. Well, it's 1:43, her lead. So on schedule to break 2:20, although she has slowed a little bit. If that was the halfway split, 69.23 from Tibet, but still running superbly. She's on schedule for about 2:18.45 at the moment, something like that. Now, how long can Mohsin Outalla maintain this tempo in the slipstream of the pacemaker, Abraham Akopesha. And will he open up a gap on that pack? What he really needs is to make that, I think, is to make that gap between himself and the pack in the background there, left of picture, about another 50 or 70 meters greater, because then he will have broken that sort of psychological piece of string between himself and the pack. At the moment, they can still see him. They can sort of smell him and sense that he's there and not really breaking away or pulling away. What he needs to do is get so far ahead that they stop worrying about him, they start thinking about each other. And that, I think, is critical to the way this third quarter unfolds for him, and maybe the final quarter. Because at the moment, that big pack to the left of picture, extreme left of picture, has still got pacemakers in it, and it's only about 70 meters down. That's about 10 or 12 seconds, something like that. Not so far. But this is great work if he is indeed still holding the status of a pacemaker, Abraham Akopesha, and he hasn't decided to finish the race. And of course, if a race organizer says to pacemakers, carry on if you want, you can finish the race, it means literally that, as is the situation now, looking at this picture, we don't know the status of Akopesha. We don't know what's going through his head. Are we looking at somebody doing a great pacemaking job, or are we looking at somebody who's trying to break away from the racers, including the sole Moroccan, Mohsin Al-Talla, who's in contact with him? We just don't know. And that's kind of bizarre. Whereas if pacemakers are told you have got to drop out at some point, then we know who they are. We know what they are. We know their status. We know they're a pacemaker. And even if he goes to 30k, we know he's going to drop out. But right now, we don't know if this is a kind of hidden bid for victory by Abraham Akopesha, or if he is there to help Mohsin Al-Talla. And I'll tell you what, and this is why I'm not in favour of pacemakers being allowed to finish races, neither does Al-Talla. He doesn't know if he's racing this fella or if he's got a pacemaker, if he's got somebody helping him. And that is a very, very different situation, psychologically and tactically, the strategy of his race. And there is our answer. You might have been listening to me. Akopesha stops there, stops dead at 25k, and what a great job he's done then. We can say that now that we know he was a pacemaker. At 25k, Akopesha at 1:15:03 steps off the road. And that was a 3:04, that 25th kilometre. The 24th kilometre, by the way, at 1:11:59 was a 3:02. So maintaining a good, steady tempo. We were looking for about 3:05 per kilometre to hit the course record, and they've been going way, way quicker than that. Maybe a little bit too quick, because now the leader is going to reach the turnaround point. I hope we go back to the leader rather than seeing these joggers further back in the race, because at about just after 26k, we are going to see the athlete in the lead on his own now by about 70 or 80 meters. Mohsin Al-Talla of Morocco make the left-hand U-turn and start his return journey back to the Sokeji Gulhane Park, where the finish line is situated. It's a very significant climb over the last 11 or 1200 meters. I drove up it this morning in my car arriving here at the finish line, and it's a nasty two-section climb up to the area of the city where the Blue Mosque is situated. The Galata Bridge. You can never get tired of seeing it. The wonderful Galata Tower at the top of the picture. It almost looks fake, doesn't it, the Galata Tower? It's got such a beautiful profile. It stands so proudly above this section of the city that you think it looks almost like a cardboard cutout. Now, this is back to the main pack. And Laban Kipkemboy in the red is still there. So in the fluorescent green, interestingly, is Kenneth Kiprop Kipkemboy. And with 1 hour 17 on the clock, we're deep into the second half of the race now. And is this the turnaround? Yes, it is. Now, we didn't see the race leader make this turn, ironically, but we're seeing the chasing pack make the turn. There is that timing mat. That's what they call a cheat mat. It's not at any particularly significant point in distance, but because it's out there right at the extremity of the course, the southwestern corner of the course, where the athletes have to turn, it ensures that everybody running the race, when their timing chip covers that, goes over that mat, it ensures they have reached that point instead of turning earlier and cheating effectively. Now, this is Mohsin Altala. 3 marathons last year. This year, he started 3 marathons, but didn't finish the Olympic marathon back on the 10th of August, 12 weeks ago today. He was 6th in Rabat back in April in 2:10. And this is 3rd marathon start of the year. And that pack is closing on him. There's no doubt about it. They've closed on him pretty quickly over the last 5 minutes. 1 hour 18.5 on the clock. There you can see 25k, 1:15.08 was his split there. He has gone past 26k now, as Mohsin, but I think that stride length has dropped a little bit, and as you can see at the 25k mark, his lead was down to a couple of seconds. Well, I say that, a couple of seconds, about 10 seconds from Alex Correa, Ngeno, Debela, Kipchoge, Kipkemoy, Laban Kipkemoy, the pacemaker. So that big pack, which is just beginning to break up a little bit, by the way, has closed on him. There's no doubt about it. Now, Ruth Jabet, how is she going? We know she passed halfway in 69.23. Single file here now, as Jabet is approaching the turnaround point. The men passing the turnaround point, remember, at about 1 hour 18. So she's a few minutes away yet from the left-hand turnaround point. Halil, tucked in right behind her, is one of the Turkish favourites, looking for the Turkish title. 1:11.06 at the halfway point is what we're... No, Ruth Jabet, 69.23, and then Kibet, Betty Chepkemoy Kibet, 1:11.06. So yes, her lead, as I said, is about 1 minute and 40 seconds, there or thereabouts, at the halfway point. And she continues to plough on. Now, Mohsin Altala has been caught. I thought it was rash in that purpley mauve vest and the white t-shirt. The Moroccan should really have kept his powder dry and set back in the pack a little bit more. But now these runners, I have to tell you, are running into quite a stiff headwind. Largest finish time gaps, well, in 2015, 8 minutes 55, the winning margin in the women's contest that day, 11 years ago. We will see a dramatic slowing here now in splits. The 27k time, indeed, let's have a quick look. The 26k split in the men's race was 1:17.56. They were still enjoying a tailwind there. That split was a 2:53, really quick from Mohsin. And then 27k, well, that's at 1:20.45. That would suggest a 2:49. And 28k, well, we shall see how the 28th kilometre comes out. Maybe they're a little bit sheltered from the wind here. Just looking at 28k, they are running very much in a easterly direction. 1 or 2 sweeps and curves to the course at this point. Good road surface too, really good quality road surface for these athletes that are able to enjoy. The New York Marathon later on today, incidentally, for many, many years was criticised for its dreadful road surface in various parts of the course, and I can vouch for that because I ran the New York Marathon in 1993 and 1994. It's the only marathon I ever did. And the road surface, yes, was decidedly poor in places. I think it has improved for much of the New York Marathon course. But here's Ruth Jebet now. Jebet, I should say, getting that her drinks right. And that is her personal drink, I think. I don't think that's just a water. It looks like some kind of a lemony concoction she's got there. The other thing that was interesting at the Berlin Marathon a few weeks back, the drink specialists were talking to the mixed media and elite athletes about how there's benefit to hanging onto your drinks bottle and sipping from it over several minutes. Don't just sip from it. And apparently something like 90% of athletes do this. They sip from their drinks bottle for just a few gasps and then they throw it away. You can run a half marathon or a 15K in a raincoat or a marathon in a raincoat. Nobody cares, incidentally. But basically this drinks expert was saying, no, hang on to your drink and just sip from it every so often. The inconvenience of carrying a small bottle of liquid is far outweighed by the benefits of being able to take on more of the carbohydrate in the drink through a period of several minutes. And yet we just saw Ruth Jebet have a couple of quick slurps of her drink and throw it away. So the message is, learn to run with your drink for a few minutes and keep sipping from it. Get those carbohydrates into your system over a longer period of time. Now, the men have gone through 28K, and that's interesting. The two previous kilometers are 2:53 and a 2:49. They've gone through 28K and 1:23:48, and the kilometer split there was a 3:03, so a very significant slowing. It'd be interesting to see how the 29th and 30th kilometer splits come out. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 men in shot there. 8 in that main pack, and still looking strong in the fluorescent green vest is Kip Kemboy, who has wonderful track pedigree, by the way. He's the great track runner of this field. Just looking last night at his credentials, he's run 13:03 for 5,000, 26:52 for 10,000, albeit 12 years ago, and a 59:01 for a half marathon. That was in Valencia 10 years ago. So Kip Kemboy might be 40, but he's got a fabulous engine. As we see Ruth Jebet, speaking of fabulous engines, what a good run she's having today. There's that lead pack in the men's race. And interesting to see that Mohsin Al-Talla has just tucked into that pack. He has been caught by them, but he's being sort of dragged along by them at the moment. Look at those clouds in the background. That's a little bit ominous, isn't it? The weather, the sun is shining, shadows on the road, but massive dark clouds in the background. And I wonder whether or not there is some more rain up there for later on in the day. I hope not. I hope these athletes can stay dry and enjoy the sunshine and just a gentle breeze off the Bosphorus and kind temperatures too. 16 degrees at the moment in Istanbul, but that picture is rather ominous. Those dark, dark clouds in the background, perhaps accentuated by the bright sunlight on the road, suggest that there might be a bit more rain heading our way after the overnight rain last night. Tibet still tucked in there with her pacemaker, Abiotti. What a good job he's doing in the yellow vest there. He's been a constant companion. And Halil, well, he's Halil Yassin, 25-year-old Turk, has very modest track personal bests. He has run 63.46 for a half marathon. That was in Istanbul. He's running his 8th marathon here, Halil, of Turkey. Looks to be the leading Turk at the moment. He ran 3 marathons last year, a 2:21 and a 2:17 in Rotterdam, and then was 10th here in Istanbul last year in 2:25. But if he can hold his tempo today, he's running much better than that this time around. He is from Istanbul. Says his inspiration has been Kenan Bekele. And if you like your football, well, he's a Galatasaray fan. One of the 3 big Istanbul football clubs of international renown. His personal best came in Seville earlier on this year. He ran 2:17. And he's on schedule to run something reasonably close to that here today. Now, the elite men, by the way, have gone through 29k in 1:27.11. But get this, that split for the 29th K, 3:22. There is a strong wind in their faces, and that is the slowest split of the race by many, many seconds. That's a dramatically slower split, and it implies that the finishing time will come crashing downwards. It got as quick as 2:06.12 at 27k. But it will come crashing down, and at 29k, 2:06.50 is the predicted time. But that will slow because these kilometre splits will get tougher. They will get slower. There's no doubt about it. It's now Dejene Debele, the 29-year-old Ethiopian, hits the front in the green. Now, he's a 2:05 performer. He's a very classy performer. He ran that in Chicago 5 years ago. Has good track pedigree as well at 3,000 and 5,000. But he's coached by Haji Adilo, one of the most famous, successful Ethiopian coaches up there in Addis Ababa. Dejene is a big fella, isn't he? Big lad, huge shoulders. Looks more like an 800-meter runner than a marathon runner. He too is saying his inspiration, and this is fascinating because they've got so many domestic mentors. He says his inspiration has been Kenan Bekele. Bekele, of course, now well into his 40s. I think he's 42, is he, or 43, Bekele, but still running world-class times. And Debele there, crossing the 30k mat, I think that is. Yes, it is. We'll give you that split as soon as we can. 1:30.57 at 30k. And that suggests, and that means a 3:47. 3:47. Wow. They've had kilometre splits over a minute quicker than that. They are running into a very, very strong wind here, these fellas. And that will bring the time rocketing downwards, or upwards, I should say, to a slower projected finishing time. 15:54, that last 5k. Well, the next 15-kilometre wave is about to get underway. The sunshine over in Asia on the eastern side of the Bosphorus. This is the corporate run, in fact. First start of the corporate run. Corporate athletes, company teams. Nothing like a bit of office camaraderie to be boosted by an event like this. All shapes, all sizes, all sorts of outfits. We saw a gentleman running in a raincoat earlier. Good for him, old boy, having a lovely Sunday morning outing. But those are big numbers getting underway. What a rare opportunity it is for these people, whether they're from Istanbul or elsewhere, to run on roads that are normally teeming with traffic. In fact, I drove along this very road 2 nights ago, coming in from one of the 2 big airports in Istanbul that is in Asia. One's in Asia, one's over in the European side. I landed at what was effectively the wrong airport for me. I should have, because it was miles from the hotel. It took an hour to get to the hotel in terrible traffic, although it could have been worse, I'm told. And then tomorrow when I fly out of Istanbul, it'll be from the airport here in the European half of the city, which is much nearer to my hotel, to the athletes' hotel. But the 30K checkpoint has been negotiated, and these fellas went through in 1:31 exactly. And there it is. So within just a few seconds of the front end, there are, what, some 6 or 7 athletes. And there's the lead group, still with that fluorescent green vest of Kip Kemboy. Yeah. Kenneth Kip Kemboy, 40 years old. He ran his lifetime best when he won in Eindhoven in October last year, 2:04.52. Ruth Jebet, well, she too will be leaning into this wind now, and having a personal pacemaker really does make a significant difference. If you have a personal pacemaker right through the race, that helps you a lot against your opponents, doesn't it? That's another element of pacemaking, the world of pacemaking and strategy that is controversial, and another one that I don't really agree with. If an athlete has a pacemaker for the whole race, and somebody who's trying to chase them 100 or 200 meters down doesn't have a pacemaker through the second half of the race or the latter stages when it gets really tough, do you think that's an even playing field? Because I don't. It's a difficult one, isn't it? You want the leader to be dragged along to a quick time, but at the same time they are in a race, and it's not an even playing field if the leader has a pacemaker and those athletes, perhaps not so far behind, do not have a pacemaker helping them. Make what you will of that. Well, the 15th July Martyrs Bridge, the 15 Temmuz Şehitler Bridge. If you were with us earlier, you'll have heard me explain this. Why is it called the Martyrs Bridge, the 15th July Martyrs Bridge? Because back in July 2016, on the 15th of July, 8 years ago, a small group of soldiers blocked the bridge to stop a coup, a military coup taking over the government, and several of them were killed. But they, in many people's eyes, saved the nation from that military coup. Hence, it was declared the very next day that the bridge would be changing its name to the 15th July Martyrs Bridge. Now, here's that lead pack in the men's race. Still tucked in there in this group of, what, about 5 now that are getting away. Yeah, 5, I think. Is Dejane Debele. Kip Kemboy. Who else is there? Can see Wilfred, just trying to see. Wilfred Kerwa-Keegan is there as well. Wilfred Kerwa-Keegan. With 1 hour 36 on the clock, we've got about 40 minutes, maybe just over 40 minutes of running to come. And this group is gradually sorting itself out. Remember, not so long ago we had a pack of 15 or 20 athletes. Now we're down to 6 effectively, with one struggling to hold on to the quintet in front of him. On the other side of the road, the pretty good runners in this 46th edition of the TürkiyeİşBankasıİstanbulMaraton. Moving southwards. Now, Samperu is there as well. Matthew Samperu of Kenya. He's a 31-year-old with the best of 2:09. He's going really well. He's a half marathon specialist prior to this year, Samperu, but this is his third marathon of 2024. He ran a personal best in Buriram in Thailand earlier on in the year. Then he was fourth in Bali. After that, 2:09 personal best, but only 2:18 in Bali, where I suspect it was hot and humid. That personal best back on the 27th of January. Well, Jabet now at 25k has slowed markedly to 1:24.56, and her projected winning time is just outside 2:23. And the second, Betty Kibet, and Kibet in that women's race 1:27.15. So she is what, some 2.5 minutes or so down, and that's the projected winning time of 2:27.15. 2:27.15. So at the moment, Ruth Jabet has built up a lead, which could represent a 4-minute winning margin come the finish line, but several chapters of this race to unfold just yet in the women's and in this men's race, as we see Kip Kemboy at the front there, being handed his personal drink. Did he get hold of that? Yes, I think he did. Or did he? But they're working hard here, and you can see them almost leaning into the wind there. Ruth Jabet likewise here, with Halil Yasin of Turkey in the black, who's clung onto her, almost literally clinging onto her coattails, her back of her vest there through the whole race. He's tucked in behind her. The Galatasaray fan Halil Yasin was on schedule to run around 2:18, but now they've slowed markedly, and all these splits coming through are much, much slower than earlier in the race. The 31k split, 1:34.08. And that 31st kilometre was a 3:11. Remember, the 30th kilometre was a 3:47. That's hard to believe, actually. I wonder if there was something with the timing or kilometre marker out of position there. And the 32nd kilometre, by the way, at 3:13. So 3:11 and 3:13. Now, they did build up a big cushion, and the projected winning time at 32k is 2:08.22. So they've got about a minute and a half cushion at the moment, as they're in the 33rd kilometre in the men's race. In this women's race, Ruth Jabet, well, she has got a massive margin. I don't think there's much danger of her being caught, barring disaster. It's a case of how much will she slow now as she runs into this wind. And you can maybe hear the wind on that microphone on the camera bike as they're running into it here, although they're spread across the road here, these five fellas. That doesn't imply they're running into a wind, does it? There's no way you run in that formation if you're running into a wind. Kip Korir is up there. Wilfred Keegan. Bernard Kip Korir, that is. Or Bernard Kip Korir, I should say. 34-year-old. He's a 2:09 performer. That was in Bregenz 2 years ago. So the five athletes there. In the fluorescent green is the fastest man, or second fastest man in the field, Kenneth Kiprop Kip Kemboy. Great track runner from years gone by. 40 years old. Kip Korir, that is Bernard Kip Korir, the 34-year-old Kenyan. Twice he's broken 2:10 in the past. And this year, well, he's run a couple of marathons. In Kenya, he ran the Eldoret Marathon in April, and then the Nairobi Marathon in May. He's got no track form to his name. Also there, Wilfred Kerwa Keegan. Samperu as well, Matthew Samperu. In fact, there's 4 Kenyans and an Ethiopian. And And the Ethiopian Dejene Debela is the tallest there in that green vest in 3rd place. He's a good track runner. He's also a Chelsea fan, can you believe? He supports the London football club Chelsea. And he's running his 13th marathon here. He's got plenty of experience, as Dejene Debela. 4 times he's run under 2:10. And from his 12 marathons so far, he's had 3 wins. And I mentioned earlier, he's coached by that very experienced man of guidance, Haji Adilo, up in Addis Ababa. One athlete just beginning to drop away from that pack of 5. Can't quite see who that is at the moment, but they've gone through 33k in 1:40.44. And that split at 33k at 3:23. That was a tough split, goodness me. So their last 3 kilometers have been 3:11, 3:13, 3:23. It's building nicely, but the time is slowing in Istanbul, and this is such a familiar format where in the last third of the race the athletes are running into a headwind and are slowed, and the chance of a really quick time just eases out of their grasp. And that seems to be the pattern of the race today, but it was expected. The organisers, even yesterday, knew full well that there would be tough winds in the faces of the athletes in the latter stages here in Istanbul, and that's proven to be the case. None of them really wanting to lean into an attack into this wind and try and break away from the others. They're all just surviving at the moment, I think, because that wind is vicious now. It's still quite strong up here near the finish line. At the moment, they're, some 9 kilometers or so away. Ruth Jabet at the 30k point, 1:39.13. And she has a lead of some, goodness me, 3.5 minutes over her pursuers. But 1:39.13 gives her a projected finishing time, well, of around 2:20. She's still on schedule. Biyote is doing a wonderful job. Abiyote has guided Ruth Jabet kilometre after kilometre. Halil now pulling up alongside her. It would be so nice if he went in front of her and helped maybe break the wind for her as she tries to stick close to 2:20 schedule. What we do know is that she's several minutes inside her lifetime best in terms of the projected time she seems to be heading for, 2:23.08. She ran in December last year when she won in Mersin here in Turkey on what is, I'm told, a very quick course. Listen to that wind whistling there. You can hear it in the microphone of this bike camera. Yeah, 1:39.13 at 30k. We can only assume that 25k split given for Jabet earlier was wrong, because if she is on 1:39.13, then yes, she is on just under 2:20 tempo, but she really does need that, all the help she can get from the pacemakers here today if she's to get a quick time in this women's race. Meanwhile, in the men's race, 34 kilometers, 1:44.03. And that's a split of 3:19. So the times continue to remain much slower than was wanted. And the projected winning time now is 2:09.08. Still a substantial improvement on the course record, but they've got 8 kilometers to go, and it's all alongside the Bosphorus there in the background, and as they're heading in a generally an easterly direction, they're running into the teeth of a very, very strong wind. These 5, although if they are running into a strong wind, you'd think they'd be in single file, wouldn't you? You'd think they'd be tucking in behind each other more, and they're not. But the stride lengths have definitely gone. Look at Bernard Kipkorir to the left of picture, hardly any knee lift. The 35k checkpoint 1:47.48. And these 5, Debele, Kikemboy, Sampero, Keegan, and Gaino is there as well. And then James Kiplagat in 6th place. And James Kiplagat, well, he's a further 7 seconds down. Not really out of touch. He could close on. There he is in the background in the white to left of picture. He's a 33-year-old, is Kiplagat. He's run 2 marathons this year. He was 2nd in Castellón back in February in 2:15, and then 5th in Copenhagen in May in 2:10. Well, back on the rather glorious 15th July Martyrs Bridge. Many athletes from the corporate race just easing across the suspension bridge into Europe. No other race can say that. Here he comes across the bridge into Europe, into another continent. Besiktas district being passed by the crowd, some walking, some jogging, all of them having a good time, all of them living life to the full. I do love it when people grab life and live it. The Galata Bridge, well, very exposed there. Look at the wind there, the flags to left of picture. Look how viciously they're blowing with that eastern wind. To the right of picture is the east, and the wind is coming from there. So hitting the athletes on that bridge, who are very, very exposed. Here's the group of 5, though, with now back at the front. I thought he was going through a bad section because he was towards the back of the group a few minutes ago, but Kenneth Kiprop Kipkemboy in the green there to the left of picture, the fluorescent green. Still moving well. He's married to Phyllis Yator, who has 4 kids. He too is a Chelsea fan. Here's Kipkemboy, likes his London Football Club. Samperu to the right of picture in the white and purple. He's to the 4 now, Matthew Samperu, his 3rd marathon of this year. He's always been a half marathon specialist, Samperu. He ran 6 half marathons half marathon specialist this year, I should say. He ran 6 in 2019, 7 in 2022, and 3 last year. There he is, top left of picture. Just got his nose in front now, Samperu. 31 years old. His lifetime best is only 2:09.54. At the moment, he's on schedule to break that, but they are having to contend with this rather awkward wind now, these athletes. You can see the flags there, top of picture, blowing very, very healthily in the breeze as they negotiate their way through this 36 kilometer. Indeed, they've just gone through 36k in 1:51.16. And that was a 3:30. Oh my word. The projected finishing time is now, for the first time, outside 2:10. 2:10.24 is projected. And as the organisers feared, the conditions today are coming together and stopping the really quick time that was hoped for. Remember, this elite men's field went through halfway. Very quick indeed, 63.24 at halfway. It suggested a winning time of under 2:07. Well, now it's outside 2:10, and it will probably continue to get slower. It will be very frustrating for Can Korkmaz-Oglu, who looks after the elite athletes, and his team. But they knew it was coming. They knew that the wind in this second half would be vicious and very difficult to battle against for these leading athletes. You can still see James Kiplagat, by the way, in the background there on his own. He's not lost much ground. He's not really going any slower than this lead group of 5. He's just 50 or 60 meters down. He just can't get back in contact with him. If only he could, he'd find the running a lot easier, because he's having to do all the running into the wind. In fact, as I say that, so there's, in white is James Kiplagat, and one of the 5 has dropped away. Now, which is it? Sampero is there. Kenneth Kipkemboy is there. Debele is there. And Kip Curry is where. I think it's Wilfried Keegan. Yeah, Wilfried Karawa Keegan has dropped back. And in the 36th kilometre, Wilfried Karawa Keegan's challenge for the win here seems to have faded. Waiting for that 37th kilometre time to come up, but the 36th kilometre was a 3:30. The 35th kilometre was a 3:42. Can you believe? The splits are getting slower and slower. 34th kilometre was at 3:19. The 35th kilometre at 3:42. The 36th kilometre at 3:30. Ruth Jabet, though, maybe she will hang on to a quicker time, okay, because she's got pacemakers. She's being protected specifically by these two. And for the first time, I think, in the race, Halil Yassin has got in front of her. I don't know if he's actually helping her or not, but he's in front of her in the all-black, to just gone out of shot to the right of picture. Abiyote has done a wonderful job. At 30k, Ruth Jabet, 1:39.13. And that had her still on schedule for just under 2:20. Be interesting to see what she can do in the last 10k or so, because, well, she's well inside that now. That 30k split, I'm not sure why we've been given it 1:39.13. It was over 15 minutes ago. But there it is. That was her lead. 1:42.44 by Betty Chepkemoy Kibet. And then Cherop 1:44.28. So the waters of the Bosphorus look relatively benign, don't they? At this point, must be a sheltered strip of water, that one, because the wind has been very challenging, difficult for these elite athletes over the last half hour or so, since they made the turn at 26k and started heading eastwards, northeastwards, back towards the finish line. Here is that leading pack of 4 men now. The 37k split, 1:54.16. Now, maybe they were a little bit more sheltered there, because that 37th k was a 3:01. And the projected winning time at that point showing at 2:10.19. We might yet get a sub 2:20, but it would be take some remarkable running in this last 4 or 5k to get back under 2:10. Kenneth Kiprop Kepkemboy. He's the oldest of these athletes at 40. There he is. He's the smallest of them too, in that green vest to the left of picture. But how well is he running? Several times he's just got his nose in front and shown that he wants to be in charge. And yet here, you've got 3 athletes gathered together on one side of the road, Kipkemboy on the other side of the road. And you'd think if he was feeling the wind in his face, he would be tucked in behind them. Maybe this is, where are they? 38k, just checking my map of where they are. They're still running due east here. Maybe a little bit more sheltered at that point by the headland. As Samperu now hits the front. And he has looked perhaps the most likely, the most hungry for it over the last 15 minutes or so. Well, you can see from the trees left of picture just how vicious the wind is. It's coming from their left slightly. I think they were a little bit sheltered over the last 5 minutes or so. That's why that 37th kilometre was a little bit quicker. Remember, it's a 3:01 after the previous 5-6 kilometres or more were much slower. And it was such a shame because the halfway split in this men's race, 63:24, suggested a winning time of way under 2:10. That would have been a 2:07 or quicker winning time. But after the 26k turnaround point, they headed back into the wind. They still had some 16 kilometres to go. And this last 10k has been very, very tough into the teeth of a gale. Abiyote there, helping Ruth Jabet, the Olympic champion in the steeplechase from Rio 2016, push on, and she's still clinging on to the last hopes of a sub-2:20 clocking here. If she does do that, it would be fantastic in these difficult conditions. Her best time to date, 2:23.08. Can she improve by just over 3 minutes here today? She has the advantage of being tucked in behind a pacemaker. These fellas don't. The last pacemaker dropped out about half an hour ago. They've had to make their own racing, and this is so often the scenario in Istanbul, where in the last 15 kilometers or so the wind picks up, the athletes are running into the wind back towards the finish in an easterly and northeasterly direction, and they start watching each other, and it becomes a cat and mouse affair, and that's because of the prize money. There's nothing wrong with that. Human nature. They're not so concerned or incentivized by fast times now as they are by the big prize money that's on offer. 38k they've gone through, by the way, in 1:57.48. They've got 4k to go, and the split for that 38th kilometre at 3:17. The 37th kilometre, for some reason it came up as a 3:01 originally. It's a 3:15. 37k, 1:54.31. Ah, they've adjusted the clocking for that 37th kilometre. Not quite sure why. 37k, 3:15. I thought 3:01 sounded a bit unlikely. But 3:15 and 3:17, the last couple of kilometre clockings. There you can see the crowds to the right of picture heading out on their journey. Those athletes, by the way, as these athletes are at 38k, are at about 13k, 13 kilometres of their race, and applauding the leading pack of 3 Kenyans and 1 Ethiopian. The biggest figure in this group of 4 in the green there, in the centre, is a massive fella. He's built like an 800-metre runner. That is Dejene Debele, the 29-year-old Ethiopian. Chelsea fan, by the way, in his 13th marathon. And he is the real deal. He's run 2:05. That was in Chicago 5 years ago when he finished in 2nd place. He almost touched greatness, but he finished in 8th in Boston in 2021 and 2011. Sorry, in 2021. Ran 2:11 there when he was 8th. Good track runner too. And I mentioned his coach, Hadi Adilo, one of the most experienced on the Ethiopian scene. Married with 3 kids is Dejene Debele. Running for the family, running for money here. His kids are 5, 4 and 2. How he would love to take home a big fat check from the Istanbul Marathon. As these 4 locked together, you could throw a blanket over them, couldn't you? Samperu, though, is the man who, to his credit, has been most aggressive over the last half hour. Again and again, he's got his nose in front. And there you can see Dejene Debele. I'm not sure if there's a little bit of a collision there. I think there was. In the green, Dejene Debele maybe making contact with a man in white, who is not Kip Kembo, it's Kip Korir to the right of that group. And they're tucked in because I think they are running into the wind here. Yeah, running into a stiff old wind. And they know this is now a tactical affair. At 39k, That split has just come through. 2:00:43. And the projected winning time. Well, the split has come up as 2:54. I can't believe that. The projected winning time, 2:10:36. Now, they're saying the split for that last kilometre is 2:54. I'm not sure that's correct. It'll probably get adjusted. We had some figures adjusted in our timing system a few minutes ago. I'm not going to write it down. I'm going to wait for it to get right, so to speak. Ruth Jabet, still up on her toes, still looking strong. Abiota's done a wonderful pacemaking job here. Well, she wasn't the fastest in the field when the gun went, but she's proven to be a class apart on the day, Ruth Jabet. This is her third marathon. Indeed, her fourth marathon, excuse me, but all her previous three have ended in victory. And it looks like today she's going to make it 4 out of 4. Fantastic stuff. In December last year, she won in Mersin, to the south of Istanbul. Another Turkish marathon in 2:23:08. And it looks like she's heading for victory comfortably here today. So at 35 kilometers, she was on 1:57 exactly. And that puts her on schedule for something around 2:21. She has lost a little bit of time. For a long, long time, she was on 2:18, 2:19 schedule, but she's just over the last 15 minutes or so slipped outside the sub 2:20 territory, and it looks like she's heading for a time of around 2:21. But that would obviously represent a huge new personal best from her by perhaps as much as a couple of minutes. Can she hang in there now? 1:57 on the clock. She's still got, of course, about well over 20 minutes of running to come. Well, actually, for her, about 15 or 16 minutes of running to come. There's 2:05 on the clock now. And these elite men approaching 40k. We're down to 3, and it looks like Kip Correa has dropped away. Kip Correa, I think it is, who has dropped. And quite dramatically too, because there he is in the background, about 40 meters down, and we're down to 3. These 3 could be the rostrum athletes. The massive figure of Dejana Debele in the green there to the left as we look at that group. In the fluorescent green is Kenneth Kiprop Kipkemboi, 40 years old, the second fastest in the race after that fabulous win in Eindhoven in October last year. And another start gets underway over in Asia, the other side of the 15th July Martyrs Bridge. Lots of smiles, lots of energy. What a great way to spend a Sunday morning. That's how to earn your Sunday lunch. And maybe a couple of little bits of refreshment through the afternoon as well. Celebrate life. That would be a great moniker for this race this morning. On a grey, damp morning, there was a fair bit of rain overnight. I thought they were going to see the athletes running in rain, but it stayed away through this morning so far. Even if there's not bright sunshine, it's about 16 degrees centigrade. So just about perfect for distance running in Istanbul on this first Sunday morning of November. And they are loving it. Many of these athletes, of course, in the 15K and the corporate races running for charity. As we come to the turnaround now, they take that left-hand turn and start leaning into the first of the hills, these athletes. 40k, they've gone through in 2:04:30. Forget this, the course record chances now, or even a sub 2:10 clocking. This is where the racing gets serious, and we're down to 2. And Kenneth Kiprop Kipkemboi, as soon as they hit the hill there, in the fluorescent green in the background, has had to give best to these 2. Side by side now, and they have looked the strongest, this pairing, for the last 30 or 40 minutes. Debele with the broad Ethiopian shoulders there in the green. 29 years old, a 2:05 performer. And Matthew Samperu, several minutes slower on paper. He's only just broken 2:10, 2:09.54. He ran in Thailand back in January to win the Buriram Marathon. There's the first incline negotiated. Then it flattens out. I came up along this strip through the park, through the Sokeji Gulhen Park this morning in my car. My cab took me from the hotel to the finish line. Came up through the park. There's one incline, then it flattens out, and then there's a little bit of an undulation here, a little bit of a sort of roller coaster ride here as Dejene and Samperu between them have to negotiate this little downhill, and then they hit another slope, and that's a much longer one, a much tougher hill to come. Dejene striding away here and getting a couple of meters on Samperu. What a battle it's been between these two. Funnily enough, beside each other on the start lists. Samperu in the lead, wears number 14 on his back. Debele in the green, in the lead, wears number 15 on his back, and Samperu back in second place has number 14 on his back. Ethiopia in the lead from Kenya. Kipkemboi in the background, hanging on in third place. But Dejene now, Debele in the lead, has got the bit between his teeth. And I think here now, he senses that he's got a gap, but perhaps a winning gap on Samperu in second place. He's working really hard. He's going to need to keep working really hard because there's a big hill coming up. There was a rise and then a bump and a slight downhill, then it flattens out. This section is flatter, but any second now, he's going to start leaning into the second final hill with just a few hundred meters to go. Out of the park, through those gates, and now begins the second climb. Here it is, left-hand turn alongside the tram lines, this very narrow section between the barriers. This is quite steep, much steeper than it looks in that picture. And he's climbing and he's leaning, 500 meters to go. And the winning margin surely has now been built up. It's about 20 or 30 meters back to Samperu. What a run this has been from Dejene Debele. On paper, the third quickest in the race. 400 meters to run. And the gap is growing. And I'll tell you what, there's a battle back behind him for second and third because Kenneth Kipkemboi is rallying in the fluorescent green. He might yet catch Samperu. He's a big fella. He covers the ground well. He comes up in towards the square here, having got through Kosezi Gulhane Park. And he comes now up towards the last 200 or 300 meters, and he's done this so well. It's been a marvelous tactical display by him. It really has. Goodness me. About 250 meters to run, and he's doing it all so right. Into the finishing straight and able to acknowledge the applause of the crowds here. It's been absolutely brilliant by this man. It won't be a course record. It'll be outside, well outside 2:11. But the crowd roar him home as he comes towards the line. What a win in this 46th edition of the TürkiyeİşBankasıİstanbul Marathon. The unofficial winning time, 2:11.42. And he's worked for that, boy, oh boy. And in second place, Samperu of Kenya, 2:11.55. And in third, a brilliant run from the 40-year-old Kenneth Kipkemboi, 2:04 performer. Last year, today, 2:12.10, his unofficial winning time. So a win for Ethiopia here today through the figure of Dejene Debele. And the 29-year-old records what will be one of the biggest wins of his career in his 13th marathon. Here's Kip Korea he had to give ground just a few minutes ago before they hit the hill. But Kip Korea will nonetheless be pleased with that, I'm sure. 2:12.49 unofficially. Just off the rostrum. Frustrating for him. Ironically, literally over the last minute or two, the wind has picked up here near the finish line. As Ruth Jebet, or Jebet, excuse me, pushes on towards what should be a comfortable victory for her, and in 5th place in the men's race. Kiplagat. Well, James Kiplagat comes home there in about 2:13.30. Ruth Jebet then, still tucked in behind Abiyot, the man in yellow who has accompanied her since the start of the race. It's been a perfect pacemaker for her. For a long time she was on sub 2:20 schedule. But over the last 15 kilometers, the windy last 15 kilometers here in Istanbul, it's gradually slipped from her grasp. She may well be on schedule here for a very substantial personal best, mind you. As coming home here for what looks to be 6th place, I think, in the men's race. Hussein looking very, very fresh. Where's he been? He's finished like a train. That's incredible, hard to believe, in fact. Hussein Chan running 2:14.40 there or thereabouts. What a run from him. We never saw him throughout the entire race, but he's come through for what looks to be 6th place. Hussein Chan, the 25-year-old Turk from Ankara. Started running at school, loves his hiking, loves Istanbul, he said. His 7th marathon start. He didn't finish the Olympic Games in Paris. Pretty useful, a track runner. He's run 13:27 for 5,000. And today, I got his time at about 2:14.40. 7th, looking very tired in that blue strip, is Titus Mbishi of Kenya. And I got his time at about 2:15.40. Kipyatic, he crosses the line in 2:15.56. Abraham Kipyatic. Still big gaps, of course, because this has been very good running in difficult conditions. These conditions today, that wind through the last 15 or 16 kilometers, probably worth 2 or 3 minutes at least. We could see it unfolding through the as the split times came through for each kilometer. This is a difficult section for Ruth Jebet because she's got the race won, running on very tired legs, still into the wind. Her pacemaker Abiyot looks like he's slowed. Maybe she's shouting at him to slow down and keep helping him. Well, 42,500 runners involved in the races today. It's been a magnificent day of a portfolio of running events here in Istanbul. About 7,500 in the marathon. This is Elijah Cheriot. He will finish in 9th place by my reckoning. Cheriot then crosses the line there at 2:17.24 unofficially. He's a 2:10 performer. That was in Milan last year. The 36-year-old will be frustrated with that. The conditions have confounded All expectations here of quick times after a very strong field have been pulled together. And the wind and the rain have done for any chances of a course record here today. I know the elite team, the course organisers will be, the event organisers will be so disappointed with this weather. And can you believe it was quite a nice day here in Istanbul yesterday, and it's due to be quite a nice day here in Istanbul tomorrow. Just today, of all days, it's been windy and damp. What a great shame. Kelkile Gezahen, he's going to finish in 10th place. Well, this year he was 8th in Prague back in May in 2:18. He's run an almost identical time here today, 2:18.25 in Prague. And look at this, 2:18.35 in Istanbul. Now, here she takes the left-hand turn off the coast road up towards the finish. 1 kilometre to go for Ruth Jebet. And on the clock, 2:18.50 now. 2:19, in fact. She is going to finish somewhere around 2:22, 2:23. It's going to be about 2:23, I think. Can she get a personal best? That's the big question now. 2:23.08 is her lifetime best. She's got to dig in deep here. She's a steeplechaser, one of the quickest in history, a former world record holder in the steeplechase. 2:15.52 she was at 40k. And that implies a winning time of about 2 hours 23 and bits. She's going to be almost smack on her lifetime best here after so much was promised earlier in the race. She's running on very tired legs, still moving well, has to be said. And as I mentioned, steeplechasers are a tough old breed. I hope she can dig in deep here, lean into this next hill and maybe push on, and at least today for her efforts be rewarded not only with a win, but with a personal best. Ruth Jebet. Little nervous glance over her shoulder there. No need for that, Ruth. You've got a lead of about 3 minutes, maybe slightly more. Here's that down section. It's a very awkward testing last kilometre because they turn off the coast road with 1.1 kilometres to go, have a climb, then it flattens, and then there's a slight downhill section, and then it goes up again towards the finish line, and the last 150 metres is dead flat, as you can see. And that is Omar Alkanoglu coming home in about 2:20.45. He's a 2:12 performer. Ran that when he won in Trabzon, the national championships, back in 2021, 3 years ago. This is his 22nd marathon start, Alkanoglu there. I think he's the second home of the locals in, by my reckoning, 11th place, the 32-year-old Turk. But Ruth Jebet, well, 2:21 on the clock. She's got a few hundred meters to go. Can she break her personal best of 2:23.08? If she can, it would be quite magnificent. What we are pretty sure of is that this will be a victory for her here today in her 4th marathon. And can you believe her 4th victory? 4 out of 4. That, if not unique, is extraordinarily rare. Last year she won in Mersin in that personal best 2:23.08. And I can tell you that her marathon debut was less than 12 months ago. This is her 4th marathon in 11 months. And let me just remind you that bizarrely last year she ran 54.9 for 400. She's got great speed as a track runner. She's a fabulously quick steeplechaser, one of the quickest ever. She set a world record for the steeplechase back in Paris 2016 of 8:52. That was prior to the Olympic Games in Rio, where she won in 8:59 by over 8 seconds. Now she begins the second climb, having gone through Sarkeji Gulhanne Park. And it does look like she's going to miss her personal best by just a few seconds. It's about 30 seconds away, 500 meters to go, yeah. Looks like she might finish here in around 2:24. Doesn't matter. The win today was the awkward factor for all the runners out on the roads of Istanbul. The elite, the national standard, the club runners, and the masses just jogging around the city, enjoying a day out. What a shame, though, it's been so challenging for the super elite. 400 meters to run. The crowds around my marquee here near the finish line getting more and more dense as the anticipation of more and more finishers builds here in Istanbul. Following the blue line is Abiyote and Ruth Jabet coming up into the square alongside the Blue Mosque, where she can receive the applause of the gathering crowds and take her 4th victory out of 4 marathons. That is an astonishing record of consistency and competitive spirit. Controversial character, Ruth Jabet, for reasons mentioned earlier. But back from a ban and back winning yet again here in Istanbul. This 46th edition of the TürkiyeİşBankası Istanbul Marathon. The title is hers, and it's well deserved. She has thrashed a strong field here today. She's winning by 2 or 3 minutes. We'll find out shortly what the winning margin is, but she crosses the line there in 2:24.44. And that is a very, very richly deserved win. A pacemaker all the way through to the line, and for so many kilometers, she was on 2:18 schedule. Looked like she was heading for a very comfortable victory and a fast time. There's the winner of the wheelchair race. Apologies for my not having this gentleman's name. I have no start list for the wheelchair races. We haven't seen anything of them since the first 200 or 300 meters. But great that the road surfaces throughout Istanbul are good enough for wheelchairs, and that they are given the great stage on which to perform and compete. Well, here's a replay of that winning form of Tejane Debela. Winning here in Istanbul in 2024. He's a 2:05 performer. His winning time here today, unofficially 2:11.42. And he won in style, by far the stronger on the challenging final kilometre, the lumps and bumps of that final kilometre. And in second place behind him was Samperu, Matthew Samperu of Kenya. The 31-year-old coming home unofficially in 2:11.55. Kip Kemboy was third, and Kip Korea there in 4th place. Not sure why we're seeing first and 4th, but Kip Korea, Bernard Kip Korea, who was only 23rd in the Eldoret Marathon back in April in 2:18, and then ran Nairobi in May in 2:14. He'll be glad just not to have run a marathon at altitude. Here is Kiplagat. He finished in 5th place. James Kiplagat. He's a 2:09 performer. I got his time at 2:13.29. Glorious view there of the Blue Mosque and the city of Istanbul. It is one of the great global capitals. And the winning form, too, of Ruth Jabet and her race-long companion, Abiyote, the Bahraini, taking victory here in Istanbul. Her 4th win out of 4 marathons, all of them in the last 11 months. And she crosses the line unofficially in 2:12.44. Stops her own watch. Of course, all runners do that, elite runners. It's so weird when they've got a timing chip on their shoes. But who cares? That's a nice win for Ruth Jabet. Well, out on the road, there are tens of thousands of runners in the 15K and in the corporate race and in the marathon itself, where some 7,500 souls, over 7,500 souls, set off from the Asian side of the 15th July Martyrs Bridge at 9 a.m. this morning. So in the finishing straight at the moment, very, very few bodies, because the wind has slowed everybody down. The winning time just inside 2:12. Quite magnificent. And actually, if we'd say that the wind in their faces over the last 16K was worth something in the region of 3 minutes or so, then that probably was equivalent to a course record. Look at that sky. Looks like something out of a Steven Spielberg movie. Crikey. I think that 2:11.42 intrinsically was probably worth a new course record. The course record remains, though, at 2:09.44 by Daniel Kibore Kibet. 5 years ago, he ran that. And 2:10 has only broken on this course a couple of times. And it's not because of that nasty hill at the finish. That is a sort of a red herring. It's because of the wind off the Bosphorus, which most years tends to be a real challenge for these top athletes. It's such a shame. It has been a lovely day's racing in Istanbul. The rain has stayed away at least, even if the wind didn't. You get some idea here of why this is such a massive city. Those high-rises in the background in the distance at top of picture, that's all Europe. That's all the western side of Istanbul. There's a massive half of the city to the right of picture. On the eastern side of the city, the eastern side bank of the Bosphorus in Asia, that we're looking at now. That is a camera looking eastwards over to Asia, where that big red flag is on the eastern side of the city. Well, you might be able to hear through my microphone the booming music here near the finish line, where the party looks like it's just getting underway, frankly. Well, we'll be leaving you shortly, but let's just have a look at the finishing form of the man who, for me, looked like a big 800-meter runner, Dejene Debele. He is a useful track runner. He's run 7:43 for 3,000 meters, the 29-year-old Ethiopian. He came home today to a pretty comfortable win, 2:11.42, winning by some 13 seconds or so from Matthew Samperu. Ethiopia over Kenya on this occasion in the men's race in Istanbul. It is a glorious setting for this marathon finish. Ambitions, I know, with the new head of the Turkish Federation for over 20,000 to enter this race eventually. Kip Korea, well, he finished in, we keep seeing him, but he finished in 4th place in 2:12.49 unofficially. And Kip Lagat, well, he finished in 5th place. James Kiplagat, he's a 2:09 performer, and I got his 5th place time at 2:13.29. Well, for the athletes, it'll be a bus back to their hotel now, and recovery, food and recovery, perhaps a sleep this afternoon before their flights back to Ethiopia, Kenya, and wherever else they might head off to. The women's race just confirmed for you, won by the former Kenyan running for Bahrain, the 27-year-old Ruth Jabet, Olympic champion in Rio in the steeplechase, winner here today in Istanbul 8 years later. Her 4th marathon win in 4 races, quite astonishing record of consistency. I got her time at 2:24.44 unofficially. about a minute and a half outside her lifetime best after so much was promised early on with a really quick tempo through the first half. And confirmation of the first 10 in the men's race to Djene Dibele, 2:11.40 there for the big Ethiopian, ahead of a quartet of Ethiopians. Matthew Samperu, 15 seconds down. Kenneth Kiprop Kipkemboi in third. Perhaps one of the pre-race favourites. And Bernard Kipkorea in fourth. Hussein Can of Turkey, the best of the locals, finishing in sixth place, 2:14.34 there for Can. And Can, well, he's a 2:11 performer at his best. About 3 minutes outside his best there. And I reckon the conditions today worth about 3 minutes for all these athletes. It is about racing, it's not about records. That has to be remembered. We talk so much about records, sometimes unfairly, unduly, optimistically. But we knew today, from 24 hours ago and more, we knew that the wind would be a massive challenge for these athletes through the second half of today's race in Istanbul. Seven Kenyans in the top 10 today. 2 Ethiopians and 1 Turk in the top 10 in Istanbul. And Erce of Ethiopia comes home in the women's race. Now, Erce 2:34 on the clock as we see her finishing. Erce, Seboka Dero and Ayantu wearing 104 as well. Ayantu Gemechu Abdi. But both of them way down on the winner, Ruth Jabet. It's been a tough old race. And of course, they didn't have a pacemaker through most of the second half, each of them. That's one of the anomalies of pacemaking, I think, in women's marathon running, is that the leader so often gets a pacemaker all the way through the latter stages, and those behind who are trying to race against the leader don't have a pacemaker through the latter stages, and that is a massive unfairness in my eyes. I'm waiting for those finishing times of the women's elite field to be confirmed. But I can tell you, just in case you didn't get it, that the winning time, the official winning time of Djene Dibele, 2:11.40. Matthew Samperu in second, 2:11.55, just 15 seconds down, and then Kenneth Kemboi, the 40-year-old Kenyan, in third place, 2:12.07, a further 12 seconds back. And in fourth place, just off the rostrum, Bernard Kipkorea, 2:12.50. He was 43 seconds down, with James Kiplagat of Kenya in fifth, 2:13.25, making it 4 Kenyans in the first 5. But the title going to Djene Dibele this year in Istanbul of Ethiopia. Back in Asia, different waves of different races still getting underway. Fabulous to see that so many people from the city of Istanbul and further afield have grasped the nettle of running, training, competition, bit of fun as well. That's not much of a nettle, is it? That's a rather glorious, I want to say a rose, but it's not a rose. It's a rose without the thorns. Just easing through the line there. Yeah, this is all about fun. This is all about participation for athletes back in this section, and you can see the different waves there. Look at that, queuing up behind. Wow, that's impressive. Several thousand in each wave, and that enables them all to enjoy a special booming and a buzz at the start. And also it takes the pressure off the course as they are spread out along the course more when they're released in waves, with the gaps in between the waves gradually filling up with the slowest from one wave and the fastest of another wave. But it just takes the pressure off the drinks and food stations on the course, the medical facilities as well. And while I'm on it, massive shout out to all the volunteers for what they've done today to make the racing here in Istanbul possible. Over 42,000 people racing on the day in the different events, and that is only possible with the assistance of hundreds, if not thousands, of volunteers along the course, before the day, on the day, and long after the day, because an event of this magnitude takes some clearing up, believe me. Well, I think we're waiting for the result of the women's race to be confirmed. We brought you that caption for the men's race. Total dominance from the East Africans, of course. But the marathon season continues. You could never tire of looking at the Bosphorus, could you? The quite magnificent views from the bridge and elsewhere. Well, Ruth Jabet's official winning time, 2:24.45. Erce Diro in second, 2:33.37. The winning margin for Jabet was almost 7 minutes. What am I saying, 7 minutes? Almost 9 minutes. And Ayantu Abdi taking third place with 2:33.49. Jabet, the winner, 2:24.45. Erce Diro of Ethiopia behind the Bahraini, 2:33.37. And in third up, Ayantu Abdi, 2:33.49, with Zenabu Behonagan, 2:34.52 in fourth place. And in fifth, there was Behonagan. In fourth, Betty Chepkemoi Kibet. Well, I'm going to leave you now as we see athletes finishing, I think, from the 15K earlier on. I do hope you've enjoyed this coverage of the 46th edition of the TürkiyeİşBankasıİstanbul Marathon. My name is Tim Hutchings. Really enjoyed the racing this morning of these last 3 hours or so. Hope you join us again next year, but for now, bye-bye.
...109 numarayla Gladys Cero'da finish noktasına ulaşan elit atletlerden bir tanesi oldu kadınlarda.
say come and King Street. Yeah, he was arrested and tested, and the drugs he had in him, he confessed it. Me calling on the youth in this country. Woolly for boys and a woolly for girls. Drug abuse is a dangerous thing. Start off drugs and stop the violence. In a decent time, we have to abuse the drugs. Listen what I say, hey, I'm a part of you. Too much drugs, you can go mental. That's how I don't ever tell everybody. We no want no coke, no heroin, no hash hash. Cocaine will blow your brain and ecstasy will mash your life. Cocaine will blow your brain and ecstasy will mash your life. Drug pushing is a serious thing. One time, two time, they make a million. Take all the money around a foreign country. Build a big house, buy a big limousine. That's why all so they for do the right thing. That's why John sent me to tell them the truth. Cause it's a disgrace to the human race. Some are flying very high, some are flying very low. Could not differentiate what is right from wrong. We no want no cocaine, no heroin, no hash hash, no marijuana planted in a me yard. Cocaine will blow your brain and ecstasy will mash your life. Cocaine will blow your brain and ecstasy will mash your life.
Elleri yukarıda görebilir miyiz İstanbul? Hadi şöyle bir tempo duyalım o güzel ellerinizden şimdi. Haydi şimdi bütün eller havaya, artık yüzük hepimizde havaya. Tüm elleri yukarıda görebilir miyiz? Haydi şimdi bütün eller havaya. Artık yüzük hepimizde havaya. Açılsın yürekler, açılsın gönüller. Yerilsin bu şarkı söylesin diller. Açılsın yürekler, açılsın gönüller. Yerilsin bu şarkı söylesin diller. Beraber söyleyelim mi? Bütün eller havaya, artık yüzük hepimizde havaya. Haydi şimdi bütün eller havaya, artık yüzük hepimizde havaya. Haydi şimdi bütün eller havaya. Elleri yukarıda görebilir miyiz? Haydi şimdi bütün eller havaya. Artık yüzük hepimizde havaya. Havaya kadehler, havaya eller. Rakının tadını bilmez ki eller. Havaya kadehler, havaya eller. Rakının tadını bilmez ki eller. Haydi şimdi bütün eller havaya. Evet, İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi iştirakı olan Spor İstanbul tarafından düzenlenen Türkiye'nin en büyük kitlesel spor etkinliği olan 46. İstanbul Maratonu'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Evet, ilerleyen dakikalarda startı hep birlikte vereceğiz. Evet, bugün sizler için 9.000 görevli, 2.000'e yakın gönüllü ve 40'tan fazla kurum bu devasa etkinliğin kusursuz yürütülmesi için çalışıyor. Evet, öncelikle İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Ekrem İmamoğlu'na 2036 Olimpiyatları ve Paralimpik Oyunları yolculuğunda bizi destekleyen tüm belediye birimlerimize ve organizasyonda emeği geçen herkese teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Ayrıca isim sponsorumuz Türkiye İş Bankası başta olmak üzere bu güzel organizasyona katkı sağlayan tüm sponsorlarımıza sonsuz teşekkürler. Şimdi tüm elleri yukarı. söylüyoruz.
Karalar giyip yas tutmamı isteme benden. Hep böyle kandırdın inanmamı.
Eller yukarıda şimdi beraber söyle.
Senin bana küs olduğunda bile koşarak geldiğini. Bir tek ben değil, bir tek sen değil, alem biliyor. Kurallarım var, yalan söyleyemem senden soğuduğumu. Bir tek ben değil, bir tek sen değil, alem görüyor. Alem görüyor. Acımız büyük, unutamam, seni kaybettim. Gidiyorsun yanında bir tek yüreğin eksik. Karalar giyip yas tutmamı isteme benden. Hep böyle kandırdın inanmamı, bekleme benden. Senin bana küs olduğunda bile koşarak geldiğini.
Evet, harikasınız gerçekten İstanbul. Şimdi şöyle bir şey yapacağız. Biliyorsunuz, bildiğiniz üzere çok önemli bir haftadayız. Cumhuriyetimizin 101. yılını coşkuyla kutlamaya devam ediyoruz. Burada da sizlerin gözlerinde, sizlerin katılımında o Cumhuriyet aşkını görmek gerçekten çok güzel. Evet, şimdi bir marşımız var. Onu coşkuyla hep bir ağızdan söylemek istiyoruz sizlerin de. O coşkulu katılımıyla hazır mıyız? Evet. Şimdi tüm elleri yukarıda görmek istiyoruz. Çok coşkulu söyleyeceğiz bu marşımızı. Duyalım o tempoları. Daha canlı. Beraber.
Yürüyoruz arkadaşlar, içimde bir telaş var. Bu mutlu gün bizim, zafer düğün bizim. Görüyoruz arkadaşlar, darbeler savaşlar. Sırtımız yere gelmiyor bizim. Düşmanız esarete, önderimle karşıyız. Mavi gözlerin gibi.
Evet, hazır mıyız? Parla kısmını çok coşkulu söyleme. Hazır mısın İstanbul? Hazır mısın Türkiye? Sizde.
Parla hilal ve yıldızım. Türk'ün yolu Cumhuriyet. Parla 100 yaşındasın. Parla hilal ve yıldızım. Parla beyaz ve kırmızım. Sensin yolum Cumhuriyet. Parla 100 yaşındasın. Yürüyoruz.
Elleri yukarıda görebilir miyiz şimdi? Coşkuyla eller birbirine, Cumhuriyet aşkıyla çarpmaya devam ediyor.
Etmeyiz. Görüyoruz arkadaşlar. Ufukta bir amaç. Yerde gökteyiz.
Tüm elleri yukarıda görmek istiyoruz bizler.
Düşmanız esarete, önderimle karşıyız. Mavi gözlerin gibi biz bu yurda aşığız.
Parlayı hep beraber söyleyeceğiz. Çok coşkulu. Hazır mıyız? Çok coşkulu söylüyoruz.
Türk'ün yolu Cumhuriyet. Parla 100 yaşındasın. Parla hilal ve yıldızım. Parla beyaz ve kırmızım. Sensin yolum Cumhuriyet. Parla, parla, parla 100 yaşındasın.
Evet, harikasınız. Çok teşekkürler. Evet, DJ David Şaboy'un harika parçalarıyla devam ediyoruz. Ve startı vermek için dakikaları sayıyoruz. Ve tıp
Viva la fiesta, viva la noche, viva los DJ, what the fuck? Viva la fiesta, viva la noche, viva los DJ, what the fuck? Viva la fiesta, viva la noche, viva los DJ, what the fuck? Viva la fiesta, viva la fiesta, viva la fiesta, viva la fiesta.
Say hey, ses kontrol 1-2.
Johnny, la gente está muy loca. La gente está muy loca. La gente está muy loca.
like there's nothing at all.
Reach out to me, know that I'll answer the call.
Us together, nothing's ever that more like home.
No, I'll be there. You will never be
I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me. All the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me. All the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me.
the stimulation.
your mind, connect your soul, connect your body, enter the simulation. Connect your mind, connect your soul, connect your body, enter the simulation. Your mind, connect your soul, connect your body, enter the simulation. Enter the simulation.
Are you afraid to fall asleep? You'll be safe here with me. When the dark is all you see, follow the sounds of the melody. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be your lullaby. And all my tears you sacrifice from inside. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be your lullaby. And all my tears you sacrifice from inside. Will be your lullaby. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be techno music, techno music. This is acid.
One more and more people just want more and more freedom and love. What is looking for? One more and more people just want more and more freedom and love. What is looking for? Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire.
acting real nice. See us on the floor, you'll be watching all night. Can't hear to hurt nobody. So give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Wanna see you work your body. So give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. See us in the club, you'll be acting real nice. See us on the floor, you'll be watching all night. Can't hear to hurt nobody. So give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Wanna see you work your body. I'm the type of girl to look you dead in the eye. I'm real as it comes if you don't know why I'm fly. I see you try to switch it up, but girl, you ain't that dope. I'm the Wonder Woman, let me go get my role. I'm a supermodel and mommy, see mommy. Amnesty International got Bangkok on my sock on. I love my ass and my ass is a video for promiscuous. My side is ridiculous. See us in the club, you'll be acting real nice. See us on the floor, you'll be watching all night. We ain't here to hurt nobody. Wanna see you work your body. I'm the type of girl to look you dead in the eye. I'm real as it comes if you don't know why I'm fly. I see you try to switch it up, but girl, you ain't that dope. I'm the Wonder Woman, let me go get my role. I'm a supermodel and mommy, see mommy. Amnesty International got Bangkok on my sock on. I love my ass and my ass is a video for promiscuous. My side is ridiculous.
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is bumping. Look at the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little bit, get the party going on the dance floor. Because that's where the party's at. Find out if you do that. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are
'cause we need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, 'cause we need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me.
Ses. Kıymetli protokolümüz Türkiye İş Bankası 46. İstanbul Maratonu'nun ödül törenine hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Soğuk, serin bir günde sizlerle birlikteyiz ve keyifle, büyük rekorlarla geçen Türkiye İş Bankası 46. İstanbul Maratonu'nu böylece artık yavaş yavaş tamamlıyoruz. Bir yandan da 42K için finişler devam ediyor. Türkiye İş Bankası 46. İstanbul Maratonu'nda 42 kilometrede 5500 yarışçının yarıştığı bu uluslararası organizasyonda 2600 Türk sporcu, 2900 yabancı sporcu maratona kayıt olmuştur. Umarız koşan sporcularımız için keyifli bir parkur olmuştur. Devam edenler içinse yine keyifli bir şekilde, sorunsuz bir şekilde tamamlayacaklarını umuyoruz. At the 46th Istanbul Marathon sponsored by Türkiye İş Bankası, 5,500 athletes participated in the 42-kilometer race of this international event with 2,600 Turkish athletes and 2,900 foreign athletes registered for the marathon. We hope it was an enjoyable course for those who have finished at that will continue to be enjoyable for those still racing. Değerli konuklarımız birazdan sırasıyla tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde, Türk sporcu kategorisinde ve genel klasman kategorisinde ödüllerimizi vereceğiz ve sporcuları sırayla sahneye davet edeceğiz. Öncelikle kadınlar tekerlekli sandalye kategorisiyle başlayacağız. İlk 4 dereceyi vereceğiz ama ilk 3 var kadınlar tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde. Sporcuları alkışlarınızla davet etmek istiyorum. Kadınlarda 3. Nurşah Usta. Kadınlarda 2. Zeynep Acet. Hayır, kal burada. Hayır, burada. Kadınlarda 1. olan sporcu Zübeyde Süpürgeci alkışlarla sahnede yerlerini alıyorlar. Ödülleri takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Zabıta Daire Başkanı Sayın Metin Alper'i davet etmek istiyorum. Öncelikle 3. olan Nurşah Usta'ya ödülleri takdim edilecek. Üçüncü olan Nurşah Usta, kupası, madalyası, çiçeği ve hediye çekini İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Zabıta Daire Başkanı Sayın Metin Alper takdim ediyor. Tebrik ediyoruz, hep birlikte alkışlıyoruz Nurşah Usta'yı. İkinci olan Zeynep Acet'le devam ediyoruz. Sayın Metin Alper bir kez daha ödüllerini takdim edecek kendisine. kupası, madalyası, hediye çeki ve çiçeği takdim ediliyor İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Zabıta Daire Başkanı Sayın Metin Alper tarafından. Alkışlar onun için geliyor Zeynep Acet. Ve şimdi de birinci olan 2.51 kırıklık derecesiyle birinci olan Zübeyde Süpürgeci kupası, madalyası, hediye çeki ve çiçeğiyle buluşacak. ...2.51 kırıklık derecesiyle kadınlarda tekerlekli sandalyede birinci olarak tamamladı Zübeyde Süpürgeci. Güçlü alkışlar onlar için alalım. 3. Nurşah Usta, 2. Zeynep Acet ve 1. Zübeyde Süpürgeci. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Zabıta Daire Başkanı Sayın Metin Alper'e çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve erkekler tekerlekli sandalye kategorisiyle devam ediyoruz. Öncelikle ilk dördümüzü davet edeceğiz ama erkeklerde üçüncüyü ilk olarak davet etmek istiyorum. 3.06 35'lik derecesiyle Umut Çabuk. Erkeklerde üçüncü olarak tamamladı Umut Çabuk. Ve erkeklerde dördüncü Birol Kamar. Erkekler ikincisiyle devam ediyoruz. Fatih Kamuz. Alkışlarla geliyor Fatih Kamuz da ve erkeklerde birinci Ömer Cantay. Ödülleri takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Gençlik ve Spor Müdürü Sayın İlker Öztürk'ü davet ediyorum. İlk olarak dördüncü olan Birol Kamar'a ödülleri takdim edilecek Sayın İlker Öztürk tarafından. Erkeklerde dördüncü oldu Birol Kamar. Kupası, madalyası, hediye çeki ve çiçeği takdim ediliyor ve şimdi de üçüncü olan Umut Çabuk. Kupası, madalyası, hediye çeki ve çiçeği takdim ediliyor kendisine. Erkeklerde ikinci 2.54 37'lik derecesiyle Fatih Kamuz oldu. Fatih Kamuz'a da ödülleri takdim edilecek. Kupası, madalyası, hediye çeki ve çiçek takdimi yapılıyor Fatih Kamuz'a. Ve erkeklerde birinci 2.40.02'lik derecesiyle Ömer Cantay. O da kupası, madalyası, hediye çeki ve çiçeğini alıyor. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz sporcularımızı. Dördüncü Birol Kamar, üçüncü Umut Çabuk, ikinci Fatih Kamuz ve birinci Ömer Cantay. Türkiye İş Bankası 46. İstanbul Maratonu'nda erkekler tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde dereceye giren sporcular, tebrik ediyoruz kendilerini. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Gençlik ve Spor Müdürü Sayın İlker Öztürk'e de çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Evet, Türkiye İş Bankası 46. İstanbul Maratonu ödül törenimizde Türk Kadınlar kategorisiyle devam ediyoruz. Maraton İş Bankası Türk Kadınlar kategorisiyle öncelikle üçüncüyü davet edeceğiz biraz sonra. Aynı zamanda Türkiye İş Bankası özel ödülü de var bu kategorilerde. Türk kadın ve Türk erkek kategorilerinde sporcuları artık sahneye davet etme zamanı. Kadınlarda üçüncü olan sporcu 3.04.13'lük derecesiyle Duygu Boyan. Türk sporcu tasnifi kadınlarda üçüncü olan Duygu Boyan sahneye gelecek. Ve ikinci 2.59.41'lik derecesiyle Özge Çolak. ...2.59.41'lik derecesiyle ikinci olarak tamamladı Özge Çolak. O da yerini alıyor ve birinci 2.59.38'lik derecesiyle Ezgi Keskin. Ödülleri takdim etmek üzere Türkiye İş Bankası Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Ebru Özçuca'yı davet ediyorum. İlk olarak üçüncü olan Duygu Boyan ödüllerini alacak. Kupası, madalyası takdim ediliyor. Duygu Boyan'a 3.04.13'lük derecesiyle tamamladı. Soundcore'dan kulaklık hediyesi, çiçek ve Türkiye İş Bankası özel ödülü. Türkiye İş Bankası'na da desteklerinden dolayı bir kez daha teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve ikinci Özge Çolak'la devam edeceğiz 2.59.41'lik derecesiyle. Ebru Hanım kendisine de kupası, madalyası, çiçek takdimi, Soundcore'dan kulaklık hediyesi ve Türkiye İş Bankası özel hediyesi olan hediye çekini de takdim ediyor. Tebrik ediyoruz Özge Çolak'a. Ve kadınlarda birinci olan isimle devam ediyoruz. Ezgi Keskin 2.59.38'lik derecesiyle birinci olarak tamamladı yarışı. O da Ebru Hanım'dan kupası, madalyası, çiçeği, Soundcore'dan kulaklığı ve Türkiye İş Bankası özel ödülü hediye çekini de alıyor. Bir kez daha hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Üçüncü Duygu Boyan, ikinci Özge Çolak ve birinci Ezgi Keskin. Alkışlar sporcularımız için. Tebrik ediyoruz. Ebru Hanım, birazcık daha kürsüde bizlere eşlik etmenizi rica edeceğim. Bir sonraki ödül töreninde de yine sizlerle sahnede olacağız. Tebrik ediyoruz, teşekkür ederiz. Türk Erkekler kategorisiyle devam edeceğiz ödül törenimize. Türkiye İş Bankası 46. İstanbul Maratonu'nda Türk Erkekler kategorisinde üçüncü olan isim 2.23.01'lik derecesiyle Halil Yaşin. Alkışlar eşliğinde geliyor Halil Yaşin. Ve ikinci 2.20.42'lik derecesiyle Ömer Alkanoğlu. Ve erkeklerde birinci 2.14.33'lük derecesiyle Hüseyin Can. Ödüllerini Türkiye İş Bankası Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Ebru Özşuca takdim edecek. Buyurunuz Ebru Hanım. İlk olarak 3. Halil Yaşin'le başlayacağız. Yine kupası, madalyası, sponsorlarımızdan Soundcore'un kulaklık hediyesi, çiçek takdimi ve Türkiye İş Bankası özel ödülü olan hediye çeki de şu anda takdim ediliyor. Halil Yaşin'e hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz Halil Yaşin'i. Ve erkeklerde ikinci 2.20-42'lik derecesiyle Ömer Alkanoğlu oluyor. O da ödüllerini alıyor. Kupası, madalyası, kulaklık hediyesi ve Türkiye İş Bankası özel ödülü. Türk sporcular kategorisinde Türkiye İş Bankası'nın bu özel ödülü de takdim ediliyor sporculara. Ve birinci 2.14.33 ile Hüseyin Can. Kupası, madalyası, kulaklık hediyesi ve Türkiye İş Bankası özel ödülü olan hediye çekini çiçeğiyle birlikte alıyor. Hüseyin Can 2.14.33'lük derecesiyle birinci olarak tamamladı. Güçlü alkışlar onlar için gelsin lütfen. 3. Halil Yaşin, 2. Ömer Alkanoğlu ve 1. Hüseyin Can. Türkiye İş Bankası Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Ebru Özşuca'ya da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ebru Hanım, bu fotoğrafta da lütfen sporcularımızla birlikte olmanızı rica edelim. Alkışlar sporcularımız için. Çok sağ olun, tebrikler. Tebrik ediyoruz sporcularımızı. Ebru Hanım'a da bir kez daha çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve Türkiye İş Bankası 46. İstanbul Maratonu ödül törenimizde Maraton Kadınlar Genel Klasman ödülüyle devam edeceğiz. Kadınlarda 3. olan sporcu third place 2.33-49'luk derecesiyle Ayantu Abdi. Kadınlarda 2. olan sporcu second place 2.33-37'lik derecesiyle Urge Diro. Ve kadınlarda 1. olan sporcu 2.24-45'lik derecesiyle alkışlarla first place Ruth Jebet. Üçüncü olan Ayantu Abdi'ye ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Gençlik ve Spor İl Müdürü Sayın Muhittin Özbay'ı davet ediyorum. Üçüncü olan Ayantu Abdi, alkışlar eşliğinde madalyasını, kupasını, hediye çeki ve çiçeğini alıyor. İstanbul Gençlik ve Spor İl Müdürü Sayın Muhittin Özbay'dan hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Muhittin Bey, sizlere de çok teşekkür ediyoruz efendim. Çok sağ olun. Ve kadınlarda 2. olan Urge Diro'ya ödüllerini vermek üzere Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Doktor Ahmet Karadağ'ı davet etmek istiyorum. Kadınlarda 2. olan Urge Diro 2.33-37'lik derecesiyle kupası, madalyası, hediye çeki ve çiçeğiyle buluşuyor. Alkışlar eşliğinde alıyor kupasını ve madalyasını Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Doktor Ahmet Karadağ'dan. Alkışlar Urge Diro için. Ve 1. olan 2.24-45'lik derecesiyle 1. olan Ruth Jebet'e ödülünü vermek üzere İstanbul Vali Yardımcısı Sayın Ünal Kılıçarslan'ı davet ediyorum. 2.24.45'lik derecesiyle birinci olarak tamamladı. Ruth Jebet ve madalya, kupa, çiçek ve hediye çeki takdimi gerçekleştiriliyor kendisine. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz Ruth Jebet. Sporcuları bir kez daha alkışlayalım lütfen. 3. Ayantu Abdi, 2. Urge Diro ve 1. Ruth Jebet. Alkışlar onlar için. Toplu fotoğraf çekimi için Muhittin Bey, Ahmet Bey ve Sayın Valimizi bir kez daha sahneye davet etmek istiyoruz. Bir kez daha alkışlar sporcularımız için. Teşekkür ediyoruz. Türkiye İş Bankası 46. İstanbul Maratonu ödül törenimizde erkekler genel klasman ödül töreniyle devam edeceğiz. Erkeklerde 3. 2.12.07'lik derecesiyle alkışlarla gelecek Kenneth Kipop Kimkekamoi. 2.12.07'lik derecesiyle 3. olarak tamamladı Kenneth Kipop Kipmekamoi. Ve erkeklerde 2. 2.11.55'lik derecesiyle Matthew Samperu. Ve erkeklerde 1. olan isim 2.11.40'lık derecesiyle Dejene Debela. 3. olan Kenneth Kipop Kipkemoi'ye ödülünü vermek üzere Spor İstanbul Genel Müdürü Sayın Rena Yonur'u davet ediyorum. Erkeklerde 3. Güçlü alkışlarla Kenneth Kipop Kipkemoi. Madalyasını, kupasını, hediye çekini ve çiçeğini takdim ediyor Spor İstanbul Genel Müdürü Sayın Rena Yonur. Alkışlar Kenneth Kipop Kipkemoi için. Burada bekleyin lütfen. Erkeklerde 2. 2.11.55'lik derecesiyle Matthew Samperu'ya ödülünü vermek üzere Gençlik Spor Bakanlığı Spor Hizmetleri Genel Müdürü Sayın Profesör Doktor Veli Ozan Çakır'ı davet ediyorum. 2.11.55'lik derecesiyle 2. olduğu Matthew Samperu. Madalyasını, kupasını, hediye çekini ve çiçek takdimini gerçekleştiriyor Gençlik Spor Bakanlığı Spor Hizmetleri Genel Müdürü Profesör Doktor Veli Ozan Çakır. Alkışlar sporcumuz için geliyor Matthew Samperu. Tebrik ediyoruz. Efendim sizleri de sahnede ağırlayalım bir süre daha. Erkeklerde 1. olan isim Dejene Debela'ya ödülünü vermek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı Sayın Erdal Celal Aksoy'u davet ediyorum. Ve erkeklerde 1. 2.11.40'lık derecesiyle Dejena Debela. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı Sayın Erdal Celal Aksoy hediyelerini takdim ediyor. Kupası, madalyası, çiçeği ve hediye çekiyle birlikte. Güçlü alkışlar gelsin lütfen Dejene Debela için. Genel klasmanda ilk 3'e girmiş sporcularla toplu bir fotoğraf çekimini de gerçekleştiriyoruz. Sayın Valim buyurunuz lütfen. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz sporcuları. Maraton Erkekler Genel Klasman Ödül Töreni'nde ilk üçe giren sporcularla bir fotoğraf çekimi daha gerçekleştiriyoruz. Teşekkür ediyoruz ve tebrik ediyoruz. Congratulations. Öncelikle İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu'na 2036 Olimpiyatları ve Paralimpik Oyunları yolculuğunda bizi destekleyen tüm belediye birimlerimize ve valilik birimlerimize organizasyonda emeği geçen herkese teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. First of all, we would like to thank our Istanbul Metropolitan Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, all the municipal departments and governance officials supporting us on our journey to the 2036 Olympic and Paralympic Games, as well as everyone who contributed to organization. And of course, we would like to thank all of our sponsors, especially our title sponsor, Türkiye İş Bankası, for their unwavering support. Sponsorlarımız Türkiye İş Bankası, Sportif, Huawei, OneBond, Soundcore, Kızılay Maden Suyu, Züber, MG, Chibo, Saf, Karnaval, Fomilk, Hamidiye. Ve sıra geldi etkinliğimizi renklendiren, enerjileri hiç bitmeyen ailemizin kocaman bir parçası olan gönüllülerimize. Bu devasa etkinlikte tam 5 farklı lokasyonda 29 görev alanında bizlerle birlikte olan 2000'i aşan Spor İstanbul gönüllüleri yalnızca İstanbul'a ve sporu olan tutkularıyla bu organizasyonun başarıyla gerçekleşmesini sağladı. Emekleri, özverileri ve bitmek bilmeyen enerjileriyle maratonumuzun gerçek kahramanı oldular. Spor İstanbul gönüllülerine bir kez daha sonsuz teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Bugün burada bizimle birlikte olduğunuz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Umarız bu maraton hafızalarınızda unutulmaz bir deneyim olarak kalır. Bir sonraki etkinliklerimizde tekrar buluşmak dileğiyle sağlıklı ve spor dolu günler diliyoruz. Tüm sporcularımıza başarılar diliyor ve İstanbul Maratonu'nu bir kez daha coşkuyla selamlıyoruz.